Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a beautiful Friday here in Seoul for LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, and once again, I am joined by the Valdanalist. Little Sick is becoming a lot of sick recently. He's not feeling too well. Make sure you send out your prayers and thoughts to our analyst here at the LCK, because we don't have many of them. You know, we're running a little thin on the old analysts, and hopefully LS is going to be feeling better as soon as possible. But thankfully, the Valdanalist is here to take care of us as we watch KT try and destroy Sandbox's hopes for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, there is stuff going on for this match. You might look at it and say, well, you know, what really is on the line? But yeah, especially for Soda One Prince. I mean, they're kind of down in the dumps. They've only won one game so far, so mainly playing to show their good stuff, because we really don't know what's going to happen next year in terms of where all these players are going to go, what organizations are going to be franchised in, what opportunities all these players will have. And so every single game does matter in that sense, but also playing for pride, and we'll see which players do come out here as well for their team. They've been mixing and matching some of that, as KT, on the other hand, they still do have a chance to make it into playoffs, so they're going to be trying to 2-0 every single game.
And even if KT don't make it into playoffs, they're guaranteed the World's Gauntlet, because there's likely to be only one new team that picks up any championship points, and that means the 6 teams that will then eventuate with championship points. 2 of them are going to go, 4 of them are going to be auto-qualified. So KT are basically done. As far as their world chances, it will be retained until after the playoffs. But let's have a look at the points of the match. Both teams are desperate for victory. Soda One Prince wants to break their 14-series losing streak versus KT, the King of the East, still in the playoff competition. And yeah, they want to make it so that there's only 5 teams that actually achieve championship points, and then we're going to have to work out who the heck goes through afterwards. It's likely to be a freaker. I think it's based on standings in spring and summer, weighted a little bit more towards summer, despite the fact that no championship points were actually awarded. But this is something that we're going to have to, a bridge that we'll cross if we are in need of crossing it, because at the moment, Afrika are looking in pretty good shape for getting that final playoff position.
Yep, we'll see if KT can pull off the run. They're relying on Afrika to lose some matches as well on top of it. As you guys can see here, the remaining opponents for KT are Afrika and Damwon after today. Definitely not going to be easy, as you guys will see the remaining matches that are here. Afrika obviously in the best position to try to make it in. Of course, if Afrika continue to win their matches, as they are 2 matches ahead of KT right now, they should almost definitely get it.
Yeah, exactly. So if Afrika loses all of them and KT wins all of theirs, then KT are also in. I don't think either of the teams are going to be beating Gen.G and Damwon, so maybe we throw that away. Now, if Sandbox beats Afrika, KT beats Afrika, then still not looking that great because of the 7 game score difference. But it depends how all of these things go, and it is possible that Afrika loses 4, KT gains 4, and then in theory, they will be getting into playoffs despite what happens against Gen.G and Damwon, unless Afrika somehow manages to win, in which case KT's chances go out the window yet again. There are a lot of different variables, and I know there are a lot of statisticians, especially over in the LEC, that like to come up with all the different ways and the amount of outcomes that can come through. We are already mathematically challenged as it is. We don't have statisticians other than ourselves, and so you're just going to have to take all of our crazy
We have the writers, right? The writers give us a sheet, and they say, well, these are the potential outcomes of what could happen. As you guys did see, Sandbox also do have a chance to make it in, but it is kind of mission impossible. They need
100%, yeah.
Both KT and Afrika to lose all of their games, and they need to win all of their games, basically, with the 2-0. So
and they need KT to win 1 game against Afrika.
Yes.
That's what they need.
On top of everything.
The main thing is that they need Soda One Prince to win here today. Or take a game, I think, if KT 2-0s.
Yeah.
And that's the only way that Sandbox are 100% eliminated. As we've got things flying around everywhere. It's still not looking good for Sandbox, so of course Yamato tweeting out about the fact that their playoff dreams have died is not necessarily 100% true, but it is more true than it is false.
Yes, that is true. They're not exactly in a great spot, but here we go. Taking a look at Soda One Prince's lineup. KT is back in, and so is Flawless. Actually, he was skipping a couple of games to let in Kuma, I believe.
Yep, yeah, Kuma. I think it's so that we're not as confused with Kuro and Kuma being opposing one another. Of course, it is not going to be Kuro. I'm going to spoil that for you right now, but Smeb will be back towards the top side, so if you guys were craving some of that Rocks Tigers action, Smeb is still here. Bono back in the jungle though. Malrung is out. He won his only game in, only match in 3-year stint or something like that in the LCK, but now he's out. Bono's back in. See whether he can help them claim a victory. Yukal in that mid lane like I was talking about, and the bottom lane is going to be aiming in Tucson as per usual, as we've got some older gentlemen on the top side of the map, as Ixu versus Smeb is going to be your matchup. And let's look at Smeb's stats, shall we?
Yeah. Let's look at the right side, maybe not the left side. Obviously, the story for Ixu is a little bit sad. I remember when he retired to become a cryptocurrency investor.
Yeah.
And then he came back to play, and he looked pretty good in spring. I mean, he was pulling off pretty new picks that nobody was playing, but all of a sudden in summer things have definitely taken a turn for the worse, as Smeb has got some good numbers for being on KT, currently the 6th team in the LCK.
Exactly, his damage difference at 15 is huge, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that he's found some success on the top Lucian. We saw Canna do the same thing yesterday. Definitely is a pick that requires a lot of snowball in the early game, but when it gets it, oh my god. You can see why this Lucian top lane pick has been picked in the past. We sort of made jokes about it, you know, we didn't necessarily see it winning all that often, so it felt like a bit of a trap pick, but when it does work, it works. So you can see what might be happening in scrims to make these players prioritize the pick a little bit higher. I'd like to see what Dark Technology, good old Flawless, has been cooking up for us as well while he's taken some time off. You did mention that Kuma has been playing a little bit more.
Yeah, he comes back in, so does Bono, so technically the starting junglers from both sides. And it's kind of interesting that Hybrid, who was a really huge carry for Sunday One Prince, especially in spring, has now kind of been replaced by Trigger alongside of his support comrade in Mia. And yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how the tables do turn in that sense. So
oh,
Hybrid,
how the turntables.
yes,
indeed.
Exactly. It's kind of sad to see Hybrid go from carrying the team hardcore. And we were calling this guy like a really top 80 carry.
It was like almost prodigy, you know? He
Yeah.
was definitely showing, at least individually, some great performances. But his refusal to build QSS might be the reason why he's been benched for the minute. We'll have to see whether Trigger's going to build one as well, because otherwise we might be calling for Hybrid to come back, because it doesn't seem to make a difference. But here we are, into the ban and pick for Solo One Prince versus KT. KT wearing appropriate colors here on the red side, as TF will be the first ban up against Yukal. And Volibear's banned this time. I like it. It was a little bit confusing to see yesterday in the Africa versus T1 series. Volibear got through a couple of times in a row. Was dismantled pretty beautifully by Cuz in the second match. So definitely something that is, it is possible to deal with it. It's just better just not to, because you have 3 bans. You may as well throw one at a Volibear if you're on the red side.
Volibear definitely has become a LCK player favorite, and it's for a good reason. Volibear is absolutely very strong right now. The Lucian ban is kind of interesting. We do see that they do not want to deal with Smeb playing that pick. They don't want to see it flexed or anything like that, as Ezreal is also going to be taken off the board here up against Aiming, who is a pretty consistent 80 carry here in the LCK that we do oftentimes talk about. Definitely one of the main carries of this KT lineup.
Alawi going to be banned here by KT, wanting to leave up both Ashe and Caitlyn. Of course, a lot of teams from across the world actually happy to take the Ashe into that matchup. We saw Caitlyn find some success finally yesterday, but we'll see whether it's going to continue to happen, as Set looks like it's going to be the priority and is going to be locked in. Still, fantastic win rate, especially on this patch. Last week went 100%. See whether that continues here in the hands of Solo One Prince, as KT consider what they're going to take. No Karmas available, no Twisted Fates, but Bard is
Ooh.
up. And we could see Bard Caitlyn here, possibly.
Always a fan of Brad.
Oh yeah, big bad Brad.
Yeah, and I think he fell off a little bit yesterday. At least we didn't see him very much. He got banned a couple of times, but I don't believe he was picked. As this time around, KT, you're not going to waste any time. Pick that one up alongside of Nidalee, saying, hey, this is the best leftover jungle after the Volibear gets taken away, so let's take it early here for Bono.
And actually, I like it when you see Nidalee picked alongside Bard because it allows you to pick very damage heavy without too much frontline. Because Tempered Fate allows you to skew the battlefield so much that you can, you know, live in a team fight without having to worry about tanks. As the Ashe is going to be the priority pick here for Trigger. We'll see whether they go towards the Pantheon matchup as well. But no, it's going to be Ixo actually locking down the Gnar. They are going to sacrifice the set flex by doing this, but they just want to make sure that Ixu's going to be as comfortable as possible. As there's the Caitlyn that we were expecting. And I think that Aiming was more than happy to pick either Caitlyn or Ashe in that instance, which is why they're going to priority pick the Nidalee, and I can certainly give them some kudos for that one.
Yeah, and we are seeing a little bit of a shift here in the LCK, especially with the onset of Caitlyn coming in and Nidalee in the jungle. A lot more range supports coming in. We're seeing a lot of teams just gain a lot more range overall. It's just happening that way, especially because a lot of the responses to those ranged picks are more range, especially down on the bottom side, as we do see Ashe and Jhin and stuff like that picked into Caitlyn. And let's see what they're going to ban away here, as the Camille is going to be taken off the board.
Yeah, they're really trying to protect Ixu as much as possible. He certainly hasn't had the best couple of weeks here in the LCK. Seeing whether they can tidy up that matchup against Smeb. And this is a matchup that, you know, we talked about 2 years ago, something like that. Ixu versus Smeb. Like, this goes back into the history books, back when Ixu was a top laner for teams like Jhin Air Green Wings, as the Kiana to be taken away from Kenny. So Kenny was certainly an assassin player in the mid lane. It's funny that he got replaced by Mickey, the Zed extraordinaire, right? It's like, well, we changed the name. The playstyle remains the same. But the Kiana is still going to get respect banned away. It's likely that he just goes towards something like a LeBlanc, unless Yukao's going to pick that one away, as there's the Jace. Further protection for Ixu.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some stuff available. Obviously, the Wukong could be a choice. And, of course, our boy Renekton still remains available, but they are going to shy away from that here in this game. They're going to pick up the Wukong, and you would assume that that is going to go into the top side, and they're looking to counter-pick in the mid lane for Yukao.
I actually really like this. Smeb has always been phenomenal at finding teleport flanks and just flanks in general, and Wukong is an incredible flanking champion with that Cyclone. So playing towards their strengths as Mia's heading towards the Blitzcrank. Certainly an option up against the Caitlyn and the Bard. Not a lot of maneuverability as Kaney sticking to his assassin guns, but it is going to be with the Echo. He's going to have a little bit more of that teamfight prowess. They have so much CC, so much pick, and their hard engage ain't bad either if Ixu can manage that Narbar pretty well alongside Flawless, who's going to be jungling the set as the dust settles. Last pick, Sylas for Yukao in mid lane. See how he's going to utilize this. Certainly a lot of ultimates that he can play with. I think everyone remembers Sylas stealing away Nar's ultimate. And that's actually, like, oftentimes we talk about Sylas getting nerfed versions of ultimates because, of course, like, there are certain champions that doesn't necessarily synergize as well with, Kassadin being a perfect example. You can't stack the Riftwalk if you're Sylas. However, against Gnar, brilliant. You don't need a Gnar bar. You just press R.
Yeah.
People go against walls. Perfection.
Yeah, it's really good against that, as we did see the set, I believe, was actually rotated into the mid lane, and we had Echo into the jungle. So a little bit of a last-second swap-areno came in there.
All right.
Flawless hasn't played any Echo so far, so he took a little break, he comes back, and he's playing Echo jungle. So looking to show us something very different here for himself. And Katie coming back here, you were talking about how he's a assassin player. He loves to get aggressive. He's just going to play that kind of tanky mid laner in the set, a la Chovy, as he is going to be going up against the Sylas. Maybe they wanted to have this matchup instead of the Echo versus Sylas one.
Yep, not a bad matchup for the set at all. You don't have to worry about being poked down from range or anything like that. And you do have some options. Of course, I don't think anyone's going to be killing anyone in that mid lane. And Echo, he has some gank potential, but I think he should be able to move out of it as Yukal, as he's pretty slippery on this Sylas. So, let's see what Solo and Prince are going to be able to do with a bit more of an eclectic comp. Looking forward to seeing good old Flawless's Pyoshik impression on this Echo. Flawless was always known for being a player that did have a lot of aggressive tendencies, but in pro play, he's just never really been able to channel it. As Solo and Prince aggressively moving towards the bottom lane, and KT are going to be absent, which is good news for them.
Saw multiple pings there. I guess Mia showed just barely in the range of the turret as they were able to spot the Blitzcrank moving a little bit too far forward, but nothing really is going to happen. They're not going to go for any kind of solo queue plays where you're, 5-man invading into the enemy jungle.
No blitz hooks under blue buffs or anything like that?
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Should start off relatively safe and sound. Smeb is able to get a nice little ward down onto the blue of Flawless, so he'll be able to see the timing of when he does get over to that buff.
Yep, having a look, another Conqueror Echo coming in here with the domination subs just to give himself a bit more sustain. Gathering Storm on the Caitlyn, love it, as this is pretty standard for what we've seen. But aiming, just making sure that when he hits that 3-item spike that we've seen so often, he's going to be able to make it work. Root wasn't quite able to in every game yesterday, unfortunately for Sandbox. We'll see what aiming's going to be able to be capable of here on the Kate now. Caitlyn Bard, a lot of harassment potential here in the lane, but Blitzcrank just mixes up all of the analysis, right? Like, there's no way to really call when a Blitzcrank is just going to be able to have a fantastic hook, as Ixu's already at beneath 200 health, which is bad.
At level 1,
yeah, it's
it looks like
working out so well.
Literally just walked at him and pressed a button and started auto-attacking him, so he made that range versus melee matchup not look so great for Ixu so far, so he's going to be able to push in here, as you see that aiming has tried a couple of games of Caitlyn, has a couple of losses on it, as do most of the 80 carries in the LCK currently, as Caitlyn I think is 3-13 right now. Not the best stats.
Yeah, she's having a pretty poor time. You can see why she works in the games that she wins, and especially if you've been watching other regions, right? Caitlyn doesn't have quite the abysmal win rate that we see here in the LCK. It seems like teams have certainly been able to win games before she's been relevant, which is not necessarily the old LCK way, right? Like, we have certainly sped up as a region. It means that getting to those 3-item spikes is harder. And maybe, maybe Kobe and Free could have something to say about the builds that we've been seeing on our Caitlyns as well, without the added BF sword. But Yukal just going to throw a chain lash into nothing.
Yeah, you would imagine that the set would have a decent advantage as we got some action here.
Yep, Time Winder comes down. There's the flash after Bono. Very aggressive, but I don't know whether he necessarily wins this, as Kaney's going to jump forward. But Flawless still wants this fight. Spear is going to connect as Smeb is going to come down as well. Kaney still waiting in the brush, and Smeb just grabs the kill. I don't know what they were expecting. There's the flash face breaker as Ixu finally turns up. Bono going to be taken down. It is chaos in the jungle. A double kill for Smeb, though, is now it's him versus Ixu, and I think we all know how this one goes. The flash to follow. The red buff is going to stop Ixu from doing anything. Smeb waiting for that E, but he is going to be able to find it, and there it is. Triple kill to start the game. Flash forward from Trigger. He's exhausted as now aiming is being spotted by the hawk shot. I don't think we're going to have another rocket grab as Tucson intelligently is going to block. As there it does come in as, Trigger's just running away. Smeb had teleported down. He wants 4 kills before 5 minutes. This game is just absolutely off the rails, and it's all to the benefit of Smeb.
Oh, Max, this is when you need to bring your sax, right? This is when you need to start playing that Yakety sax. We are just all over the place in this game, as UCal thankfully is going to get this massive wave that Smeb gave up for the action. And this is what you get when you're going into a Sunday One Prince matchup. They never back down from a team fight, from any fight, really. And it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's not always successful, as we have seen here at the LCK, but it gets the blood flowing early and often. As you can see, Flawless is like, I see enemy champion, I go on enemy champion.
Look at this flash.
Yeah, this flash, I'm like, whoa. And you can see Kaney's able to rotate first, which I think is part of the reason why he's going so aggressive. So it starts this 2-on-2, but they're so deep that Smeb gets there first, and then eventually UCal comes over. And then we actually get Kaney popping off here, able to get 2 kills on the set. I love how he kites into the brush to play with some of the LOS. And in the end of the day, though, it is going to be a massive win to the side of KT as Smeb picked up double buffs. And also 4 kills in total as he joined in on this fight, Max.
Yeah, exactly. Aiming, tried to get a cleanse working out, but you can't cleanse a knocker. It's not a thing that you can really do anything about, as this was just great by Tucson to block so that rocket grab didn't land. Now with the giant minion wave as well as 2 people versus 1, Mia was definitely dead and Trigger was trying to escape and just leave his support to die, but he's also going to fall. Wano would have landed that spear as well. As we go back to live, and there's more fighting, of course. Trigger down to sub 100 as Tucson Flash misses yet another Q, much like he did on his Lux earlier on. Bit unfortunate, Peacemaker barely scratches the exhaust pipes of the Blitzcrank, and he will make it out to safety.
Well,
I'm glad that we have 2 play-by-plays for today. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I might need to take over some of the play-by-play if this keeps going the way it's going, as we're not
Feel free.
We're not used to a kill a minute or more here in the LCK, especially this early, but these teams have gifted us with some fun fiesta action to start it off. I'd really love to see how that bottom lane fight started, because it did look like it was Trigger and Mia, because we had like the picture-in-picture in the bottom. It looked like they were the ones going aggressively, and unfortunately for them, it does mean that the Caitlyn is going to get pretty massively ahead, already has the BF sword, and is going to get even more compared to just the call, as Trigger is trying to slowly ramp up. But yeah, after everything happened here, KT significantly in control of this game, able to pick off that first dragon, and we'll see how they go from here.
Yep, and we're looking at some of the lane control that a Caitlyn should be able to acquire in the early game. We didn't really see it yesterday. I felt like Ruler and Life was sort of skill skewing the matchup a little bit in a few different ways. But now with the Bard alongside her, this Caitlyn is going to have a good time. Of course, there's not a lot of lane presence with a Blitzcrank, unless you're in bronze, in which case he lands all of his hooks, as Trigger is going to avoid the Tempered Fate. Tucson's had a few off games in a row recently as far as skill shot landing. We'll see whether he can get his eye in for the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, their top Smeb is too strong. They don't want to throw him down into the support role again.
Yeah.
Even though he was the one counter to DRX, apparently, based on what we did see.
Yep.
Flawless is just going to go ahead and try to start this and hope that nobody sees him. But the petty theft is not going to work out this time around, as KT will spot him and will deny him from sneaking that objective away.
Somehow UCal as well with a 10 CS advantage, despite what we see in the lane. Kaney's been harassing UCal pretty well, and does have pretty good itemization against the Sylas that has gone double Doran's Ring and Boots of Lucidity, which is novel to say the least. Just wanting to keep himself alive for as long as possible, I guess. And Smeb up here, not going to have too many issues against the Nard. He's got boots too, so going to be able to avoid things like spears, keeping his distance, as we can see, and does have a CS advantage because Ixu is able to get back towards that lane. Smeb, of course, teleporting down. Tucson's in the mid lane. That's a flash face breaker into the showstopper. Tucson out of position now. He's a very squishy Brad who'll take a magical journey. We'll see whether he does have the cosmic binding. He does, but misses the wall onto Flawless, and a phase dive will be able to grab that kill. Just out of position for the support Bard, and KT. That was a whoopsie.
Yeah, it's kind of the effect of the Rift Herald where everybody's like, now we gotta rotate up to the Rift Herald, as is the way of things. And both of the supports usually do it. Sometimes the AD carries can try to pull it off if they get a push going. But it looked like they were trying to set up a play onto UCal, but then they saw the squishy Bard. So that was even better.
Comes Flawless, another flash as the arrow is going to be flashed out of. UCal coming down. Could be a team fight underneath this turret as they're looking for a plate before they leave. And they are going to be able to get it. Parallel Convergence used defensively. That should be the end of that, as Bono was topside, and that's why Solo One Prince could go aggressive. He was able to take the Rift Herald as well, as Smeb gets him for a bit of a trade, hops back out again. And he's a 4-0 Wukong, but it still feels like Ixu's in a pretty good spot. Ninja Tabi, pretty good item, apparently.
Yeah, and the Wukong does need a little bit of time to ramp up, get his items. It was definitely feeling good when he had the double buff, but still going to be a little bit of a difficult lane against this Gnar. Ixu definitely favoring the Gnar as he goes in for it, but it's read by Smeb. Not going to be caught off guard that time around.
Yeah, pretty comfortable just decoy to get out of the way there. But, you know, sometimes you got to go for it. And now aiming, looking to try and return that plate favor, as we will have the Rift Herald down here as well. Getting the Caitlyn as much money as possible is a real good call here for KT. Looks like Tucson and Bono are also going to join in on the spoils. And aiming will be able to actually grab first turret blood, even though the turret did get a bit angry at him. And he's already got a, look, 28 CS advantage. The Caitlyn is in a brilliant spot at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be super fed, and that's where you want your gold when you are KT. You want to put it onto aiming. He is the main carry. And Smeb is slowly but surely coming back into form, it does seem, and helping carry for his team. So getting those two players fed is really just going to feel quite nice for their team. As the Executioners early here is going to delay the build from set, but it's fantastic in the 1v1, specifically against the Silas and Nidalee, even if he joins in. As, yep, they were going for a little bit of a play in the mid lane. Didn't expect to see the squishy Bard, but they were happy to take him down, as ends up just being a free kill over to the side of Flawless.
And now, as the dust settles from that turret falling on the bottom side, it is about a 2,000 gold lead. And aiming's going to settle himself in the mid lane. Ace in the hole just delivered to Mia. Wow. Bit of a love tap, did a fair bit of damage. As Bono and aiming going to get to work on this second Drake of the game, which will be the Ocean. Let's have a look which soul we're going to get, and it's Infernal.
Oh boy.
That's good news for KT, absolutely. As they're the ones with the most control of these neutral objectives. Solo One Prince, though, if they're able to turn it around and grab a quad stack of Infernals, they do certainly have a lot of damage themselves.
Yeah, and even a singular one, you know, it does add a lot more, it's going to add a lot more fighting, that's for sure. If it was like a Cloud, KT can be like, oh, well, you know, we can get some objectives on the top side of the map and give you one Cloud Drake. That's not really going to, we're not really going to care too much about that, but they're more likely to fight over the singular and, of course, the Soul Infernals that do eventually come onto the map here. But as you were mentioning, I mean, KT in pretty strong control of this game. I don't think they're going to be losing it anytime soon unless we have a team fight that goes awry, which could happen as Bono was over a reward there, but Mia elected not to go for the pull.
Yep. Infernal Rift, a bit of a nerf to Bard. He does like walls, but on the other side of the map, also a bit of a nerf to the Gnar, who also likes walls. So removing some of those means that things can get a bit more difficult, but it feels like it's pretty evenly spread. I guess maybe more of a nerf for KT because UCal can also have a Bard ultimate. But there's another rocket grab that's going to land as aiming's just going to be obliterated. Tempered Fate way too late. No way that Tucson can do that, as I'm not even sure why aiming was there. Maybe coming over to try and grab this red buff that Bono's going to secure, but he may die.
Oh, that was weird.
That's okay.
I was like, wait, what interaction is that? I've never seen that one.
Stall.
Echo stopped time, apparently. The flash went on cooldown for Mia, so I'm assuming that, you know, aiming was just kind of hanging around mid lane, maybe edging on towards that red buff side, and then just got flash grabbed. So it looked a little bit silly, but we'll have to take a look at the replay. Just a nice play by Mia. And that's what happens when you pick Blitzcrank, right? He's kind of that wild card that we always like to talk about. It's like, well, you could get destroyed in lane, you could do absolutely nothing, but if you get one huge hook, I mean, you could change the entire game as, straight up flash hook there, as it didn't look like Aiming was expecting that one at all.
Yep. No vision available, and you can see now KT have rectified it as it's like a Christmas tree in their jungle and around the Baron pit, as it looks like a fight for second Rift Herald might be where we're finding action. Smeb going to save his turret for the moment, but it's on its last legs as Ixu has almost a 30 CS advantage. And a Black Cleaver now complete. Trinity Force is done here for Smeb, but he really did sack the lane by heading towards the bottom lane to grab that extra kill. Storm Razor done first here for Aiming. He's sitting on an extra dagger, so it looks like it's going to be Zeal item coming in second. Of course, you know you do get synergy with the Energize and the Storm Razor, so I guess wanting to go for that one before an Infinity Edge, which I prefer.
Yeah.
that's all we really need to worry about.
Just curious to see if any of the other Caitlyn's were going to mix it up, or are we just going to see this kind of build? Definitely gets you to your power spike a bit later.
Yeah,
we were talking about yesterday.
Bit more safety, which is, I guess, what our LCK 80 carries do like. Is now Yukal just bouncing around here on the bottom side. Gets his face broken for a little bit of time, but the Haymaker not going to connect. Yukal, he did have a Chrono Break available, so it wasn't likely that he was going to die. So maybe they're now underneath the turret. As KT just grouping themselves up, and we'll be able to take down this outer on the top side. So looks like they're going to be able to grab their second turret without too much of a response from Solo One Prince. We'll be able to extend that gold lead beyond 2,000.
Yeah, nice little play, finding value where they can get it here in this one. It's incredibly hard to dive a Sylas when you have an Echo on your team, as you were mentioning. I mean, that guy's just never going to die. He's tanky enough as it is. He has amazing sustain. You've got to commit probably 3 players down there if you want to kill the Sylas. Otherwise, he's just going to steal your life. He's going to Chrono Break and just be a happy man.
Yeah. Certainly could have been some opportunities for some damage with the Chrono Break, but maybe wanted to hold on to it so that he'd have safety in the lane for a little bit of an extended period of time. And he uses it to get a good back timing instead. So I guess there's that. With your teleport on cooldown, you do have that opportunity. So Yukal just giving that a little bit more priority than that of the damage. Didn't think that he actually had kill threat, as the first Infernal will be spawning. And,
okay.
Snap, good sidestep there. Avoids the rocket grab from the Nether. Okay, Flawless going to get stunned up there by Tucson, but not a lot of follow-up, as that's a great spear. Arrow going to be traded, but it's not going to hit Shirley. Shirley. Who will plant her head into the turret, but not actually grab that kill, as Mia, he kind of wishes that we had an extra buff onto the Blitzcrank. It was buff, but obviously not enough.
Maybe he wants a little bit of a Chrono Break in the game, perhaps. Maybe he should ask his friend Echo for that one. But yeah, that's the nature of Blitzcrank from behind. If you miss your hooks, it's on cooldown, and the rest of your team doesn't really have much of a support, plus they're behind, so you kind of just have to sit back and essentially take it. And they do have to give that one over to KT, who did also put on pressure with Surly, of course, so just stacking the objectives, getting ahead, and feeling pretty good at this point in time.
Yeah, Aiming just plowing through minion waves over and over again here in the mid lane. And Soul Point is a big deal. Trigger, he's got an Essence Reaver, so going for that build that I believe Deft did use first here in the LCK for Summer 2020. Of course, it was a build in the past, Essence Reaver first on the Ashe, but most of the time it has been Blade of the Ruin King and the Runan's Hurricane. We'll be building Runan's second and then an Infinity Edge.
I wonder if anyone else is going to consider healing reduction on the side of Solo One Prince. They are going up against Sylas in Italy and
Bard. Yeah, that's a fair bit.
Bard and eventually lifesteal out of the Caitlyn, so it can get a lot of value in some of the team fights. As wow, Nar was really fast there for a moment. I'm like, did we just speed up the stream? Like it looked like he was moving so fast that it was almost fast forwarding. And yeah, I mean, you even got a choice of Death Stance eventually for Smeb, so definitely could get some value there, but looks like we're not going to move towards that just yet. We'll just be set with the Executioner's calling for now.
Yeah, it might be that Flawless can put together something like a Morello. He'll be going towards Merc Treads by the looks with that Null Magic Mantle. And then it might be something like an Oblivion Orb to make up for the lack of penetration. Kaney's going to get stabbed by a spear from long range. As aiming comes in. I think the Ash building an Execution is just cheekily after the Rune Hunt. It's a great way of getting it. As there's the arrow, but Smeb, he's already engaged and got out again. And that is going to buy enough space here for KT to disengage and take down the turret. As that buys them so much more space and map control for this next Drake that's going to be spawning in 2.5 minutes. Infernal Soul. It's a big deal, guys.
Yeah. And, of course, Wukong's always going to have a fun time up against the Blitzcrank as long as you have fast enough reaction time. Just immediately go into your clone and to let the clone get hooked. Back away. We're able to crack down on that mid-tier 1. And we're essentially waiting now for the Infernal Drake Soul point, I guess we should call it, the next one that is coming up here. And it doesn't look like KT are going to make any rash maneuvers before that time.
Yep, Kaney just making some hay up towards the top side, but unfortunately isn't able to pilfer the gold out of the siege minion. What do you mean?
Is that the first time you've said that? I don't know why.
I actually don't think so. I think I've said it before.
Yeah. I don't know why I found that so funny.
Verbification of ability names is one of the ways that I have fun in my life.
Yeah. What did you say yesterday? Like fandangle or something? Like.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't even that was just a word that didn't make sense.
Yeah,
yesterday was that was a creative day.
It was a fun day for sure.
Coming out with some words.
A lot came out of that day. We all learned a lot from.
Certainly did. I mean, I was gassed. I arrived 10 minutes before the show, if you remember, because we otherwise it was going to be another Valdanalist solo cast.
Yeah,
which I wanted to save you from.
The Val PvP analyst.
PvP Danalist is that's a hook. That's possibly dead Blitzcrank, but he is going to avoid a lot of that damage. His aiming's feeling frisky. Net not going to connect or anything like that. Not able to get that free headshot. Is now Flawless waiting in the wings, but he's going to hop on over. And Smeb in a pretty good spot to get a flank, even without the teleport. 53 seconds, the setup begins as Smeb cycloning already onto Ixu. The Narbar is going to be built up as that's a great stun into the wall. Facebreaker onto multiple members as aiming now comes down, grabs that kill, and unfortunately, it looks like Solo One Prince are just too far behind. That is a Chrono Break used defensively. Good abduct from Yukal, who won't land the Chain Lash for the extra damage, and Flawless looks like he will escape. There's the Super Soaker, and Yukal wanting to get aggressive. No rocket grab to land as there's a Krug in the way. And Solo One Prince looking to back away. KT not quite getting enough to guarantee an Infernal Drake. Now they're going for that last second reset before they come down and fight for real.
Yeah, the fight was opened up pretty early, but KT saw the chance. And of course, they want to try to break open a fight on their terms right before this last Infernal Drake, as Yukal is in a little bit of an awkward spot here. He's going to have to flash the arrow.
Didn't want to be flashing there. Wanted to be flashing in this incoming fight. I was about to say ensuing and oncoming at the same time and said incoming. Thankfully, it's still a word. Ensuing.
Yeah, well.
Let's have a look. See whether Solo One Prince can keep these health bars high. Aiming. Wanting to stay in position. Cyclone almost back off cooldown as Parallel Convergence not going to find any stuns or anything. As Mia's going to get trapped. Another Tempered Fate will land. Will he have the rocket grab? He does! Ooh. And it is going to land onto Tucson, who flashes away immediately. Yukal now with a Narbar of his own. Looking to see whether he can get some stuns into the wall. Kaney going to get just melted down by aiming. He's looking for those autos. But no, not going to be able to get there. But into the back line goes the Silas. And he will be able to eradicate the rift of the set there. And as you can see, it's just going to be a cavalcade of issues for Solo One Princes. Now, this is a time where we have to weigh up whether Infernal Soul or Baron is better. And KT say that the Baron is where they want to be.
Yeah, we'll see if they can maneuver that Baron into the Infernal Drake Soul afterwards. This is the fight that originally happened. I like the setup from KD where he's waiting to get, you know, the massive set value, but where's the rest of his team? Everybody's so far behind. I mean, Ashe doesn't get here and do any damage at all. So that fight was lost from there, but this one looked a little bit silly because it started off really well for the side of Soto and Prince, and we were like, wow, great engage. Maybe they can actually get something out of this, but because there was so much focus all onto the Bard and it was so broken up. By the way, massive ultimate there from UCal, who just slams two of them into the wall. Because it was so broken up, nobody could actually get into the back line onto the Caitlyn, as here we go again.
Yep, there's an arrow. It is going to land onto UCal, who just chrono breaks for damage on top of Solo and Prince. Now a teleport right into the middle of them. Smeb comes through. Ixu gets a big ultimate, but unfortunately the wallets are too heavy, and the Kingslayer keeps UCal alive. Kaney's just... I don't think he's really doing much. He's CCing people, and then he's dying as Mia once again ace in the hole comes out, but I believe his passive just kept him alive there. But it doesn't really matter. Kaney and Trigger, both of them dead alongside Ixu. Now Smeb fighting Flawless, and the Cyclone comes out. Looks like he's just going to die. Nimbus Strike comes in, devastating blow, and a very dead Echo. As it's just a Blitzcrank, it's a robot with a dream, but probably going to be lacking a whole bunch of these inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, not sure why Flawless went back in there, but maybe thought there was no escape. We're seeing maybe if he can get something done. Wasn't actually going to work out, and as you guys can see, the Infernal Drake actually wasn't updated up there at the top, but KT did get it. For a second, I was questioning myself, like, they did get it, right? Like,
yeah,
but it's just
no.
not
There
updated
are
on the
only
CG.
3 Drakes this game, and now we're going straight to
We're just blitzing in this one.
Yeah.
As it's opened up here by Soto and Prince. I mentioned before, they're never going to back down from a fight, but huge value from the stolen chrono break. And KT are so far ahead at this point that the second that Smeb joins in and makes it a true 5v5, it is pretty much all but over. As
Aiming's just able to walk around an auto attack in amongst everything in that team fight. He did manage to avoid a lot of CC pretty nicely, but feels like an attack-moving Caitlyn, who now has Infinity Edge, Storm Razor, Rapid Fire Cannon, and a QSS. This Caitlyn is about as strong as she's ever going to be, and much sooner than she should have been, as an arrow is going to be avoided there by an abscond from UCal, and he's just going to get into a bit of a water fight with Solo One Prince with his Super Soaker.
Yeah.
KT moved towards the bottom lane, look to take down another inhibitor turret.
Now that I think about it, it's so difficult for Soto and Prince to hit KT with any skill shots. Everybody pretty much has got some sort of dash or maneuverability to get away from hooks, arrows. It's pretty nice for the side of KT, especially when you're ahead. You're not really going to be locked down or taken out of position by anything. And also with all that extra gold, QSSs being bought, etc. As now they are pushing in with the Baron, but it did just... you know,
Dissipate, yeah.
Dissipate, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, bullet bell.
Yeah, UCal's going ham.
Yep, he is going to be able to grab an ultimate there. Chrono breaks back. Mia and Flawless taking so much damage. UCal's still alive, by the way. Bono going to grab the kill first up. Flawless in trouble now as well, who doesn't have his ultimate anymore. And KT are going to take down this inhibitor and possibly look for more. Everyone on Solo One Prince, apart from Trigger, needing to go back to that fountain. And KT really are putting on a clinic. I know it's against Solo One Prince, but certainly a good look for these guys. And this inhibitor going to go down. Smeb diving into the back line. Nothing Solo One can do. Second Cyclone goes out. That'll be the end of Flawless. Big haymaker, and the showstopper comes through as well, as he does get UCal into the fountain. That's exactly what they want. This was their plan. Get them towards the fountain where they've got rocket grabs and showstoppers to grab some guaranteed kills. But unfortunately, if they're there, then obviously they're doing some damage to your Nexus.
And because of that dive, they're not going to end the game. They're going to say, well, we don't want a 3v3. We don't want to flip over these Nexus turrets. Let's just go back and play it safe. Oh boy, KT giving us some extra time in this one, as they are pretty massively ahead, but kind of a hilarious dive that time around.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got the value out of the showstopper rocket grab combo.
Take a look at UCal.
UCal's having a great day today.
He doesn't really care about any of their damage. He's got Chrono Break and he's Silas. It's like, well, it's unkillable essentially from ahead. Smeb, he's like, well, fed Wukong against not fed Ashe. I wonder who wins this trade.
Yeah, I believe that was UCal showstoppering himself into the fountain. Unfortunately, does look a little bit confusing when everyone's just hopping up into the sky, things like that. But yeah, that was UCal's bad.
Yeah, it was kind of like a a roller coaster, right? You go on it for the thrill.
I mean, that's what KT's all about. So I commend them for being on brand.
Yes, very true. They're about 12,000 gold ahead now. There's no buff on the map just yet, no big objective. We gotta wait about 30 seconds for that one. As they're just gonna hang around the top side, waiting to see what they can do.
Yep, I like the vision line here for KT, certainly showing how dominantly positioned they are. And this ward not going to be working. The control ward was in position. Traps out everywhere here by Bono, who's just skipping between lanes. And KT just waiting for some super creeps to head towards the base so they can guarantee this outer turret. Oh my god, Kaney taking so much damage from aiming. He's just walking on forward. Oh! As the ulti has to go gold, and Smeb going to be pushed underneath the turret. And there's the GA. Can the rest of the team actually save them? As he flashes out, the Tempered Fate was beautiful by Tucson. Mia limping away from the team fight, but he will get back to the fountain. The last inhibitor will fall down. As Solo and Prince, I mean, they're not dead, but their base is very close to it. Aiming in trouble, Flawless. May have overextended, but the Chrono Break is going to be there. He'll survive. And aiming goes back to full health. Looks like KT are going to go for a bit of a disengage towards the Baron Pit, because they can. And this game is going to extend just a little bit further.
They're just going to pull off the, well, we are so far ahead that we can essentially do whatever we want. If we want to try to force a 4v4, we can do that. If we want to take down both buffs, we can do that. Looks like they're going to go for the flashy end here, looking to stack up their kills.
Yep, Smeb's teleporting in. He's got the home guard. Big stun will land as there's the showstopper out as Bono's just going to pounce on top of Kaney, but goes golden, so avoids a bit of that damage. Doesn't seem to matter as you saw the Gnar try and do what he could. Flawless grabs the kill onto UCal, but they trade it for all of their damage. And there's the ulti. Unfortunately, no way to get the parallel convergence out faster, and so Flawless will fall down to that ace in the hole. And now, with this parade of super creeps, KT will finally end this game at around 33 minutes.
Yep, they have done it. Kaney, they're trying to take him down first, but there's way too many minions.
Sure.
Way too many minions. GG.
I wanted him to be golden by the time the game ended. But yeah, congratulations to KT. They will win game number 1. They're looking for a 2-0 if they really want to put the last nail in the sandbox coffin. But they did look good. Smeb, unfortunately, wasn't actually able to get back to a decent laning phase, but the early game was all about the Wukong, and the late game was all about that spinning monkey in the back line wreaking havoc. And KT did just get so much of an advantage from that early play. Bit of a coin flip from Solo on Prince, but I mean, if they didn't do it, then they wouldn't be Solo on Prince with it.
Yeah, well, that's essentially the way it goes. And Smeb, he's going to get my vote for the POG. Certainly had a... kind of looked like he was smurfing there a little bit.
Yeah.
More so than a lot of the other players, including those on his team. Kind of just carrying them hardcore in a solo queue-esque fashion, just everywhere on the map. He's like that top laner that you get every once in a while. It doesn't happen very often, but it's like... does really well in lane early on, but then he's there for the fight, and then he's like down on the bottom side with a great teleport gank, and he really just got so much done. He's not going to have the most damage on the team, and I think that UCal also had a great game on the Silas, but I think that Smeb just did more to get the team ahead.
Well, I mean, that 30k damage that Caitlyn did is largely because Smeb sacked his lane to win hers, right?
Yeah.
He teleported down to the bottom lane, guaranteed the kill on the Blitzcrank for the Caitlyn, and then made sure that he walked away with a dead Ashe there. Also, that denied so much CS from said Ashe and meant that the Caitlyn was in just perfect spot for the rest of the game. So really, really well played by Smeb. I love that he was always known for sort of selfless play, team fight play, and continues to do so here in this game.
Yeah, certainly looked great there up
Yep.
against Soto and Prince in game number 1. We'll see if he can keep it up going into the second game.
Exactly right, guys. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Sandbox are going to be out for good or whether Solo and Prince can fight back. See you then.
미드에 탔어.
오케이.
일단 쳐봐. 이쪽
나갈게.
나와봐. 오른쪽.
여기 블리츠.
블리츠 쪽.
이긴 거 같아. 테일부터. 나르. 나르 노고.
끝내러 가자 이거.
나궁 5초.
AC 노플.
끝내러 가자.
야, 잡았어. 오케이.
나이스.
한 명 어디 갔냐? 비고 싶은데. 그 사람.
너무 단단하고. 난 처음이다. 나이스.
갈리오가 자 코스가 갈리오가 근데 캐니언이 위치가 좋긴 합니다. 캐니언이 위치 여기 공동묘지를 만들었어요. 와 진짜 다원 요 짱이가 진짜 대박이었고요. 와, 전술 보세요. 다 쓸어담고 에이스. 이릿
위승이 잡혔죠?
네, 이거 지금 날개 패스였었거든요. 아프리카 프릭스가.
지금은 펼칠 때가 아니었던 것
네.
같은데요?
근데
구도가
여기
어디
어디야?
갔어요?
여기 어디야? 네. 신비한 점. 그렇죠. 근데 아프리카 또 기인이 돌리면서 짜잔. 기인 근데 그 다음
한번 더 돌리는데 한번 더 돌릴 수 있어요?
플라이도 들어가고 그러면 대박. 아프리카 프릭스도 진짜.
결국 여기서 역으로 실패합니다.
피각이 나오는 건 아닌데.
그러면서
황대 진영을
이래서
올렸습니다. 다시 한번
와.
황대가 그런데 뒤쪽으로 6칸 캡처를
아니 지금
못합니다.
하나 생명 방체 뭔가요? 미리 만들어줬어요. 그런 느낌도 들긴 하는데.
미르가 또 한 번 노립니다. 이거 6칸을 또 한 번 노려요. 뒤쪽에
아니,
드리블
이게-
필요 없지.
아니 이게
아 영미.
아니 둘이 그냥 한 몸이에요. 쌍도냐 몸풀리기 마지막에 엄지발가락을 들이댔는데 그게 안 먹혔습니다. 그리고 죽었고 이러면 도란이 춤을 추고 있고요. 이러면 너무 아프거든요. 다 쓸렸습니다. 에이스.
DRX.
간다 일단 잡았겠죠. 잡았죠. 캐로 갈 수 있나요?
이거
그런데 여기 문제.
이게 최대한 빠지면서 최대한 빠져야 됩니다.
그렇지. 더블킬.
오곡궁 대박각이었어요. 그렇죠.
그러면서
귀가 허전한데요.
카밀이 왔습니다. 내려오는 거죠.
이거 영향을 이렇게 미치는군요.
어떡하죠? 세종이가 왔는데 세종이가 왔는데 이거 뭐 어떻게 해줄게. 그러면 친구라도 불러서 피오라 불러서 피오라가 여기서 킬을 먹으면
다 쏟아부려.
그래도 막을게. 그래도 이거 좀 피오라가 킬 먹어야 돼요. 이거 어떻게든
상동아 봤다. 디테일가 봐봐. 상동아 타줄래? 계속 타줄래? 어떻게?
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了，
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗？
They're gonna win. This is it.
expect everybody to be analyst desk, and this game number 1 was between Seoreon Prince and KT Roaster. Today's analyst desk will be joined by Subin Yoon and Lyra and Pawn, and this is season with the translation. Danny was the starting mid laner for Seoreon Prince, and they were playing the mind games during the draft. They locked in sets. So Pawn expected KT Roaster to go for a very confident Caitlyn or other picks for AD carry, but actually aiming was letting other players to pick the first pick. And Seoreon Prince, they capped the possibility of flex pick with Set and Echo to hide the pick for the mid laner. KT Roaster were trying to play around the bottom lane, and Seoreon Prince, they were playing around the jungler. They were trying to feed Echo, letting him play around the mid lane. However, KT Roaster was able to shut it down because they were able to pick up so many kills in the early game. Smap, as soon as the game started, he was participating in every skirmishes because the side laners were having a strong priority. Nidalee was able to pick up both of the scalded crabs. Flawless also took Conqueror, so he was looking for some 1v1 fight up against Nidalee as well. So watch the mid lane. Yuka was so low with HP and also mana. However, Set did not really have the speed boost coming out from Ghost because he took Hill. So he was not fast enough to chase Bono in the jungle. But Smap was faster than Iksu to join this fight. So this fight actually converted into 3v3 between all the topside players. And Iksu was not that late joining this party. However, Wukong was so fast, and also watch the minion wave on the top lane. This was a so bad situation for Iksu, so it was not an easy decision for Iksu to join that fight. And after that, Wukong TP'd to the bottom lane, and then Silas went over to the top side to minimize the losing trade in terms of the minion wave. So KT managed to get a very winning trade in terms of fights and also XP, gold, and minions in every department possible. However, the game was really close in the mid game. However, Nar made a significant mistake over here. Seoreon Prince, the bottom duos were looking for a fight in the mid lane. However, the 5 players were not on the same page. Ash had to clear the wave coming into the mid lane, but Iksu was actually being too extended over here on the bottom lane. Not many players on the side of Seoreon Prince were able to actually cover him for this fight, so he could have been a little bit more going safer. So Seoreon Prince did not have the tempo over there, so they had to be a little bit more smart with their decisions. KT Roaster managed to pick up a win in game number 1, and let's take a look at the player of the game. A lot of people on the side of KT Roaster were popping off, but we can definitely say Smeb on Wukong was doing a fantastic job. He's been performing great on this champion. And also, after the 4 kills, he managed to convert that into a huge game lead and snowballed really well. He also even led Silas to take the minion wave on the top lane, so all the players on the side of KT Roaster were guaranteed a certain amount of game lead in the beginning of the game. And after the Trinity Force, he was able to hit the power spike, and no one could stop Wukong spinning around in this team fight. Wukong simply just outscaled the opponent with his item lead. Wukong definitely carried this game and picked up 10 votes out of 12. And interesting to see that, well, Wukong was able to pick up 2 votes as well. So Yuka was also really smart, forcing the Ashe ultimate onto him, so letting the being the safeguard for his teammates as well. Now it's time to move on to game number 2, SP versus KT Roaster.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the analyst desk translation. And I want to say that those 2 votes that Yukao got were great. I thought he had a really, really good game. So I think it's completely okay to share out the votes a little bit. I think a 9-0-8 Wukong performance for Smed
Yeah.
probably stands out. And on the winning team, they're going to have a bit of a sub here in the jungle. Malrung going to make his way back. Malrung versus Flawless, our 2 biggest sinners of the LCK, up against one another, looking for some battles in the early game. I like it a lot. I mean, Pono's pretty close as well, let's be real.
True.
It's the 4 of them plus, the 3 of them plus on Fleek that I think are our most notorious for taking fights and flipping coins.
Yeah, they love to get aggressive and not just farm out their jungle, certainly, and pick picks that can fall behind if they don't get those successful ganks. So definitely a little bit more risky. As it is definitely interesting to see that Malrung comes in after the win. I think what you were saying before, there's a pretty low chance that KT make it into playoffs. They're going to be trying their hardest still.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like they want to round out the roster, get everybody prepared for the gauntlet where they're going to try to make that miracle run.
A Lilia ban. So assuming on the side of Solo and Prince that the secret sauce that was brewing over on the KT side was in fact a Lilia pick here for Malrung. Not going to happen though. Denied instantly. Boom goes the dynamite.
And down goes the bear on top of that one, so it's good to see double red side Volibear bans. The Bears won too many games in a row now.
He's just too good.
It's just, there's really no excuse anymore unless you have a very specific plan. And even then, I mean, it's still difficult to just give over pretty overpowered champions at the moment. As Karma's going to be banned by KT, which is pretty interesting. It gives a chance for SP to take away Set if they're really worried about it, as one of the last remaining very common bans that we see in the first ban phase.
Solo and Prince wondering whether they need to ban Twisted Fate, but it is going to be Lucian that retains some priority here in the ban list. Now, Twisted Fate could be picked up, or KT could go for something like a Silas instead, or lock down their bottom lane. There are a lot of different options here, as Set was first picked by Solo and Prince in the first match, and he is once again going to be prioritized here by KT. Certainly a lot of places he can go, so an understandable first pick to keep your options open on KT's side. Solo and Prince could go towards Ezreal and the Bard if they want to, but Nidalee also available and one of Flawless's most famous picks.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering where the TF priority will be in this game. I think I'll be a little bit surprised if SP don't pick it here, and they just give Yukao a chance to hop onto that one. TF and Set together would already be a very strong start for your draft, as it looks like they're going to prioritize picking up Ashe.
Whoa. I would have thought Bard would have made the most sense at that point in time, because now KT can go Caitlyn Bard again if they want to.
Yeah,
Maybe
Ashe,
thinking that Tucson didn't exactly have the best game, so not too worried about it.
perhaps. It's just interesting that the Ashe gets kind of rushed out here as well, when there's still so many picks that you can go for. If they go for the Ashe, you can pick up your own Caitlyn, as there's the Bard.
I mean,
They're on
Brad
point
was
with that.
definitely coming out, right? And now it's whether they go towards Ezreal Bard, which we know is very strong, or whether they go towards the Caitlyn Bard that we saw win in the last game. And it looks like my initial thought might be correct, but Tucson being very vocal.
Are they just going to let TF swing by?
All
Looks
right.
like it.
That might have been aiming, sort of like stepping up there and alphaing the situation. You saw him pointing to himself. He's like, I want to play Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like I know in the opening video I'm Ezreal, but today I want to play Caitlyn. And he's going to play it 2 games in a row. trying to repair that win rate.
We're going to pick bottom lane here. It looks like. Again, we did have Genji flexing yesterday. Ooh, okay, never mind.
All right.
No flexibility here. We are just bringing fire to the mid lane as Katie will pick up his signature pick.
Yeah. Kiana was banned out of respect towards Kaney. We'll see whether he does show us that supreme display of talent here this game. Solo and Prince now entering the second ban phase. Where are they going to be focusing? I think Wukong might get a bit of a respect ban here. But they're going to focus the mid lane first as Zoe is taken away.
Yeah, I mean, we have definitely a lot of strong stuff still available that should probably get banned out. It'll be interesting if they focus on mid or if they want to look top at all, especially for KT. As, let's see what they want to take away. As Pantheon got hovered, so may have gotten into the heads of KT.
Yep. Also, pretty strong bottom lane, especially once you hit level 6. So, something that KT just don't want to deal with. They're not going to have to. Banning it into the second phase, much like they did in the first game. Because now having a look for this final ban, Camille, still given more respect than that of the Wukong. Was banned game number 1 also. And we all know what Smeb can do on Camille, because Smeb's been playing the game for a really long time. So we can just go back and have a look at his performances. And Renekton to be taken off the board here by KT.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very good alongside of the Nidalee, and it also fits into their already really aggressive composition with the Kiana. It would mean a lot of AD in their comp, but they still just want to get rid of that and allow Smeb to have a safer top lane. As what is Trigger going to take here? We see Rumble.
I like the flex. This is really cool because it could be Rumble support. We've seen Rumble played alongside Ashe quite a lot. So still options being held open. Sylas available, and picking Rumble into a Sylas is sad times. Oh my god, he's got 3 amazing ultimates actually.
Sanity.
This is nutty. All right, Sylas going to be locked in
for Sylas. And we saw that UCAL already had an awesome game on the Sylas, so why not? I mean, just throw it out there once again. Now, it could still be flexed, but I have a sneaking suspicion that UCAL will be hopping onto that one as Jace is going to be selected.
Absolute no-brainer. Ban the Renekton, pick the Jace. Don't allow what happened to Afrika happen to them, which was the R5 Renekton.
Yes,
and it
the
does
most dangerous.
Well, it absolutely works if you're planning on winning a game by 25 minutes, right? And that's exactly what T1 managed to do, largely due to Kuz being phenomenal when he was pathing around the jungle, got that early gank, and the Renekton was unstoppable.
That's definitely the main thing that sticks out in my mind, that remains, is Kuz, his unbelievable performance that day in both games.
He was super good. It
was really cool.
Really reminiscent of Canyon, where he just took that day by the horns, you know? And hard carried multiple games in a row. It was exactly as we expected with the Rumble support coming in. That's going to augment the magic damage that's going to be coming out of Flawless. And Ixu's going to be Gnar-ulting towards the top side with an equalizer to be put down with it. The ultimate wombo combo is nutty out of Solo and Prince right now. And they can layer it all together. Sylas, however, once he hits level 16, can use all 4 of those incredible ultimates in pretty quick succession, only needing a few seconds in between at max level. Of course, it's not like it used to be. That cooldown is certainly extended.
Yeah.
But still, it's not huge at level 16. As this is going to be a KT roster. Certainly a lot of lane control towards that top side with the Jace. We'll see what Malrung's going to be doing, whether he's going to be sitting it to win it, or whether he's going to be farming things out, getting towards level 6, and then going for those big ganks, is aiming at Tucson on the Caitlyn and Bard once again. And I'm just hoping that Tucson has a bit of a better performance here today in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see over on the side of Sode One Prince, they are having a fun comp. They're trying different stuff, right? They're just saying, well, let's see what happens with this. Maybe we can make this work out. And it's stuff that has had success in the past. I mean, limited success, but it's worked out a couple times. And we'll see what they can do here as we're hopping into game 2.
Excited for it. KT on our blue side this time around. Blue side generally the more winninger side. As we'll see how Kaney's going to go on the hula hoop champion herself, Kiana.
I love that gingerbread, by the way.
Yeah.
The little gingerbread kid. Looks very sad.
Halo Blade's coming out here on Ixu, just to see whether he can utilize that to get a bit more control. And let's see where Flawless is going to go, because with Jace, he does certainly get very aggressive very early. Not going to be the same as Jace versus Renekton, which is definitely very Jace favored in the early stages based on lane advantage and being able to manipulate minion waves just a little bit better if you can push the Renekton out, which most of our Jace players certainly can do. As the Gnar, you do not suffer from the range disadvantage quite as much. However, early game Jace is still just Jace, right? It's just going to have a good time.
We got a couple of Scorches here, and they're on champions where it does kind of make sense. The support Rumble is going to look to poke out a nice amount, whereas the Jace always looking to exert as much pressure as possible in lane. Generally don't like to see it on, you know, control mages that can essentially farm out and use that AP better later on in the game. So there's always that trade-off.
Oh, Mia just going for it. Find some harpoons there as aiming's already taken down to 200, but look at all of this. What was that? Tucson just creating a banquet.
Welcome
for this
to Brad's world.
Damn. Brad the chat, I'm going to his frat parties, man. Absolutely.
He's got all the goodies.
Yeah.
I mean, look at aiming. He's full health now. Like, nice engaged. Now you don't have Ignite.
Nor half of his health bar as well. But he is able to land a lot of this harass. That's what Rumble is very good at. Even level 1. So Trigger happily stacking up this wave and will shove it towards KT. So already the Rumble showing us exactly what it was picked for. And it only gets worse. You hit level 6 and you get Equalizer down. Like, the base damage on Equalizer as you like skill it up at level 6 is huge. And especially if you can stun them on top of it. So this is working super well. And they're not out of the woods yet. You know, it's not like, oh, it works really well level 1 and 2. No. It's going to keep getting bad. As Kaney's bouncing around this. Mid lane, both of them, in fact. This is going to be a tough one to follow.
Certainly should be a lot of action between those two melee champions. And you can see Brad is working overtime, trying to produce as many UFO candies as possible in the back there, because Rumble Ash is just so oppressive in the lane. We have seen that slowly but surely, just more. Oh, nice little pop-up there, okay.
That Peacemaker not exactly making too much peace here, as aiming's going to eat even more UFOs.
It's still so difficult. Even if you get like a good trade as Caitlyn Brad, you're just never really going to be able to match up to what Ash Rumble can offer in terms of poke, as that's Bard.
Yep, the UFO flying away.
See you later, Bard.
Skin is just the best.
Yeah.
It's super obnoxious, you know. I feel like it's narcissistic. It's like this game is now all about me.
Yeah. Take a look at my UFO.
You can't even see anything on your screen anymore.
It just covers the battlefield.
Perfect. Nidalee just going to hop on away again. Flawless. Hard farming the jungle. You can see Malrong also doing a decent job as aiming underneath his turret. We'll have a slight experience advantage and gets all of that CS as well. Looked a little bit low. But as you can see, turret just going to give up a little bit.
Yeah, and aiming's doing a great job here in the game, in the lane rather, just being able to farm up. Tucson's job is essentially heal the Caitlyn.
He's a caterer. He's a caterer.
Exactly, and Caitlyn is there to say, I need to get away from all this harass, try to farm up as much as possible. And so far, I mean, he's even in farm, so that's definitely a win here for the Caitlyn, who, I mean, for herself individually, she's known for her strong laning phase as well, just because of her extremely long range and her ability to combo with CC from her support. But dealing with this poke, definitely not the easiest thing in the world.
Yep. A lot of Caitlyn's power is actually lane control and manipulating minion waves, and you can see the solo on Prince, at least early on, were able to counteract that really nicely as Mia going to get baited by Tucson here just a little bit. Marong running forward to flash out immediately as Mia wants none of it as Marong's going to straight up miss the face breaker. Teleport to come forward. Solo and Prince looking to try and capitalize on this one, but Flawless is going to miss the spear. Doesn't matter. First Blood's going to go over to Trigger as Yukal diving on in. Finds the kill, but doesn't find the abduct, and now he's going to get taken down. Kaney getting into the backline, he goes invisible, and Solo and Prince are smashing this team fight that once again erupts around 5 minutes time, and we have 4 kills.
This is definitely what we knew what was going to happen. These two teams butt head once again here in the early game. KT, I mean, they had the magical journey up. They could have hopped into that and said, you know what? Okay, you win this one. We'll come back next time and fight you on better ground. Well, they did not do that. They got the teleports in there. They just went full all in on the team fight, and they get punished for it as eventually Kaney did make his way down. As it all starts off here with the bait, it's looking good. Aiming's going to misplace his trap a little bit here. I think he could have placed that a little bit earlier. Balrog, unfortunately, is going to go for the big whiff. As, see, just hop in the magical journey. Leave Balrog. He's dead. It's fine. But instead of doing that, they double TP down. They get the 1 kill, but then Yukal dies. Kaney gets in, he kills Tucson as they're looking to trade back.
Yep, that's another face breaker that's going to go wide, but this time it does not matter whatsoever. Yukal moves out of the way of that turret, and they'll grab some plates. Kaney moving on in. He's level 6, so he can show them all of that talent that he has. That's a good block to deny some minions from Smeb. But Kaney blocking it with his face, probably doesn't want to. Mia now is in an alcove. Not exactly the one that he wants, as he doesn't want that cupcake either. Oh no, he's trapped! Oh, finds the gap, but it doesn't matter. The Peacemaker comes out. That was an exciting game of Prince of Persia, but unfortunately he still fell in the spike trap, man.
We were so hyped when he went through the 2 traps. It's like, we both screamed as he went right through, and then he just got shot in the face by Caitlyn. Oh, man. The only thing that matters is he won the minigames.
No, exactly.
Well done.
Exactly.
Well done, Mia.
I mean, sometimes, you know, you win the minigame in Mario Party, but then you lose all of your stars. You still won the minigame.
Yeah, true.
Right?
You outplayed your opponent in that one tiny little spot there, as that's going to be an Infernal Drake on top of it all. So even though KT did a little bit of whoopsie in the early trade, they're easily able to come back here as aiming.
Didn't you see? Okay, he's going to cleanse immediately. Gets out of the arrow as Mia's going to once again lose the majority of his health bar. The cupcakes, they look delicious, but they're not. Oh, there's no peace today. Despite the irony, as Aiming only uses his cleanse and gets yet another kill.
It's okay, he dodged the cupcake. He got away again.
Oh no. Marong taking a bit of damage here from Flawless, but he guesses the wrong direction. As Flawless still just going to pressure Yukal out of the way here, but Yukal's surprisingly tanky, especially to the auto attacks that are coming out. That Seeker's Arm Guard doing some work, as he's not the only one with talent.
And I think we're going to get a replay here of the bottom lane trade. Maybe not, because Flawless and Kaney getting really aggressive. This is something you can do with Kiana. Once she gets a couple of lethality items, try to just hard-on engage when you do have the Nidalee, who can be aggressive in the jungle at the same time, try to go for those 2v2 trades. But, yeah, they just let the blue buff go, which is probably the right idea.
Yep, and there's the flash over from Malrong. Ixu, unfortunately, is just dead. Ah, Haymaker, that's going to do it. They wanted to give it over to Smeb. Malrong ends up grabbing that kill as Shelly butts her face into the side of the pit. And Flawless going to go over and take yet another buff. So Flawless definitely out jungling at the moment, but not out ganking. As Malrong, he countered the fact that he's missed all of his face breakers by not using face breaker.
True.
That was a pretty smooth way.
Yeah,
he didn't need to.
Yeah, just throw out the first one and then never do it again.
Yep.
That's one way to play it.
We've got a lot of wall interaction this game, by the way. You know, you got Supreme Display of Talent, you've got the Gnar ultimate, you've got the Cosmic Binding. There's just a lot of walls that we need to worry about. I feel like Rumble likes that a lot, but he's not level 6 yet, so he can actually utilize it.
We never got a replay of the bottom lane, but Mia essentially is just overestimating how much power he has after the Caitlyn picks up the VF sword. You can't just run straight into her alone. And he's just pretty squishy early on in general. As Smev is going to bait this one. Ixu's like, well, I've got Flawless nearby, so I should be okay. But then the fight erupts so quickly that Flawless is not able to get over here in time to help him out. Nice Hex Flash, something you see very often nowadays on the jungle set.
Yep. Got a flash now down on aiming. Thank you very much to our observers. He is still not level 6. He really wants that level 6. He's 3 levels behind aiming right now. As Marung moves out of the way of the spear, but I believe loses his big chicken. Oh no, he's just addicted to these cupcakes that he's not eating half the time, but that one he certainly wanted. Spear is so squishy.
He wants them so bad, he just skirts around them most of the time.
Didn't have vision, so it's not like he opted into it, but
yeah,
almost.
Still level 5,
gonna be
level 8 Caitlyn.
I feel like aiming's going to get level 9 before he gets level 6.
Well, Bucal is.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's 9.
Okay, so desperate for some levels is good old Mia. As Tempered Fate comes in, it's avoided, but Mia has to walk forward. Equalizer comes in, and he burns down the Bard. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as there's the Flash Facebreaker into the Showstopper. And Trigger now, he's just going to try and do what he can to grab this one back. And the Ace in the Hole will secure the double kill over to aiming. So still worth for KT, but Mia gets his ultimate, and that's definitely worth.
Yeah, I mean, he picks up the kill, but at the same time, he resets his gold, and
yeah, maybe that's bad enough as the abduct is used. Supreme display of talent onto Flawless. Bucal trying to turn it around as he turns into a cat as well. That was definitely fun, but not going to achieve too much. As Ixu going to get smashed back. Oh, that's a good boulder. As Ixu's looking for the dive. Wallop's not going to land, nor is that spear as we pan back to the mid lane. KT are starting to extend this lead. Malrung.
Oh.
Can he break the face of the cat? I feel like he's psyched himself out with that ability now. He found a nice one bottom lane, but wasn't able to find that one there. Gets it onto the Rift Scuttler, the best juker in the history of League of Legends.
Very true.
So that might help him get back his mojo.
Yeah, and you guys remember the early trade in this game. It was really heavily favored to Sunday1 Prince, but all of a sudden, now KT are way in the lead here as they zone ult Mia. Quite literally, he has to go forward, but at least is able to trade a kill back, which aiming is going to accept the extra gold as Trigger's just left out to dry. Rumble, not a very defensive support champion.
Flawless doing a fair bit of damage here as Malrung still had the Haymaker available, but they grab the plates regardless. Smed moving on over here as Kaney. He's moving very quickly out of that grass as Flawless will just be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade that you'll take any day of the week. Facebreaker onto Kaney. He's now just trying to escape. Malrung getting down here, knows that he's out of vision. As now Ixu's going to get Nard. His own ability used against him, but he's going to use it now as Kaney now out of the brush. Malrung going to be executed. Oh, the abduct is beautiful. Bucal will be able to grab the kill in the end with the Kingslayer. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Solo1 Prince utilizing the lack of presence of a jungler. Try and get something back. Oh, another cupcake going to be eaten. The headshot does so much work as aiming with his Stormrazor. Oh no, another ace in the hole, and that is a 2v2 kill on the bottom side of the map.
6-0.
Yeah.
Stop eating the cupcakes. I know they're delicious. Oh man.
I mean, Mia's really fed because he's full of cupcakes, but unfortunately, aiming's a bit more fed because he's full of kills.
Come on. Yeah, he's definitely a little bit tilted down there. I'm not really sure why you're stepping on traps in front of the fed Caitlyn, to be perfectly honest.
To be devil's advocate just for a little bit while this replay plays out of some pretty sick plays, to be honest. Certainly aggressive as Kaney. He's managed to navigate away from a death, but ultimately it wasn't enough in the end. But yeah, to play devil's advocate, I mean, Ashe Rumble has to win lane, right? And so you still have to be aggressive. It's just unfortunately, it all just went wrong. And so now that job cannot be done. So it's either like slowly lose or, you know, try and go for these like big plays. That's a display of talent onto Bucal. He's going to fall down. Smed trying to fight Ixu. But he's got a bit of a health bar now. His aiming's just going to take down this turret by himself.
Yeah, he's all alone. I don't think anyone wants to get near this Caitlyn now. I think Mia may have officially accepted that he can't just eat the cupcakes anymore. And
he's 4-1, by the way.
yeah, he is. You know,
Not
he's
bad.
been silently, slowly but surely, scaling up a little bit himself. Not much of a scaling champion, but if you are an assassin and you get multiple kills, then you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, you sort of scale for mid-game, don't you?
Yeah. As this is the trade, you can see that they avoid the equalizer. That's how they get really low. And this is good. You're in the lead. Okay, you're coming back in the lane. Don't step on the traps. That's it. That's it. That's all you have to do. Just don't step on the traps. Otherwise, you're going to get triple crit.
Oh, the headshots just do so much damage now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm curious to see how Kaney opens this one up, actually.
Nice arrow from Trigger.
Yeah, Trigger able to open that one up as we have more action to the surprise of nobody.
Some magical journeys. Smeb, though, is the one that took the brunt of the damage. So now, essentially, 3 versus 5. Arrow is going to land. No, aiming flashes it at the last second. Equalizer have to be walked through here by Malrong, who uses the Haymaker, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to fall. Kaney gets yet another kill. Flawless, very close to dying. Okay, thankfully the blue buff resets. This Primal Surge comes out. Flawless will be able to take this one down. Kaney diving under the turret, but that ignite not going to be quite enough damage as Yukal gets a point-blank arrow onto Trigger, flashes after him. The bottom lane is just food for KT at this stage. And it's Kaney versus the world, man.
Yeah, they're feeding him cupcakes, getting him fat for the feast. And that's exactly what's going on here. 7-0 Caitlyn is going to pick up her second item on the back here, I would imagine. Let's take a look. Yep, there it is. With Fire Cannon at 17 minutes. So
7-1-0.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, you don't really need an Infinity Edge in this case because you already do so much damage that you might as well just take the safer route. As we're going to see this one. Smeb pretty caught out, actually. Not able to dodge that.
Oh, wanted to grab the kill. He's unable to. Good block by Ixu. So that's what started it all off.
And they just chase him down here. It was actually a nice chase. They get the flash out of aiming, and the equalizer is a great zone ability to get Malrong in there. And it almost feels like, especially with the follow-up damage with the Shock Blast, that they could have just stayed in and aiming could have aced them. But either way, they wanted to play it safe here as caught on a ward. The two of them go down as Yukal engages, and aiming laps it up.
Yep, speaking of Yukal, he's coming around for a bit of a flank here as Malrong's also coming in. There's the showstopper. Flash forward Trigger is really dead. They're now just abusing him.
Yeah.
As Yukal gets a Super Soaker onto Mia, but I think they're more concerned about killing a minion wave. Might be worth a bit more gold. Stage of the game, unfortunately, the 1-6-4 sad rumble. Not doing too much here. The bottom lane has 100% been abused. We've got a legendary Caitlyn coming out from aiming. And Shirley is going to plant herself into the inner turret. Ixu with the Mega Gnar. Tusin's against a wall, but he's got a magical journey for that, so he'll be absolutely fine. Ocean Drake going to be our soul of the day. Solo and Prince took away the Cloud Drake. KT probably okay with that, as they want a triple stack with this Ocean Drake. Will allow them to stand in the equalizer for a bit longer, I guess.
See Bard's UFO just like
yeah,
in the corner.
Obnoxious Bard.
It's such an... That skin is insane. Well, we'll take a look here. They're just bullying Trigger at this point. I mean, throwing everything they have at this guy. The flash ultimate, probably not even necessary. But they just wanted to make 100% sure that they could get the bully down.
Oop, Yukal. Absconding his way out of that one. Flawless, still lying in wait. 10 seconds until this Ocean Drake. And Solo and Prince do have a bit of vision in the area. Whether they have any chance in a team fight is going to be all about whether they can layer these ultimates perfectly. Thankfully, they still do have this comp with like crazy wombo if they can make it work. It's just that if it doesn't work, KT has just way more gold and way more of an ability to actually do damage afterwards. I mean, miracles can happen.
It's true.
I saw that one, the Miracle on 34th Street.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Miracle on Ice.
Oh, no. Haven't seen that one.
Yeah, the 1980 Ice Hockey Olympic Championship. It's a nice movie. It's a feel-good movie.
We're going to take the first Ocean Drake here. Magical Journey is going to escort KT out. I think they possibly could have taken a fight, but they're respecting all of these R buttons that Solo and Prince do have. Malrung's going to face check, though. Double face breaker, and the Nidalee dies before she even enters the sky. There's the ace in the hole. Ixu going to go golden. That's not what they want. No trap to be lined up. That's a really nice cosmic finding. Smeb off to the side. Kaney wants to do damage, but just no way that he can. And the legendary Caitlyn's getting even more kills. Good double shock blast from Smeb, who dives on forward, looking to try and close distance. But he's going to be eradicated. The Ashe picks up the kill, but it's mostly the Kiana damage. Aiming's angry, wanting to avenge his top laner. He's not going to be able to. Kaney spotted. Continue moving on away. Malrung very low. I mean, he's one-shottable, but Aiming's not. He's really, really strong. 4,000 damage in the team fight, if you don't mind.
I was about to say get this man in Shirelia's, but Bard's already got it, doing the job.
Yep,
Ooh,
he's dead though.
Play.
Kaney? It's Kaney versus Aiming. That's what we're watching.
Yeah, I mean, if he can do that to Aiming later on in the game.
I mean, that's what he's designed to do, right?
Still a chance, right?
Yeah.
They are behind, don't get us wrong, but, you know, we've seen crazier things happen as Nidalee doesn't exist. And finally we had Temper Fate land onto something. Nice follow-up stun. As they were kind of in an awkward spot, which is why they didn't just run straight at them. And Ixu was like, well, I guess I have to go forward, but he got killed mid-flash, so.
Not sure what he was flashing for. He didn't have his ultimate available, I don't think.
Let's hope that's a visual bug then. As, yeah,
Get
there you go.
electrocuted to death. That was some good calculations coming through from Kaney. Saw the numbers. He's got his third serrated Dirk as well, worth of lethality. But there's an Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn. I mean, Amy's like a raid boss.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's so scary.
He's hitting that. He's already hit that spike where we talked about this yesterday, even where Caitlyn just immediately gets so much power once you build up the Infinity Edge. It's pretty insane. He's just running after him. He's like, no, you can't do anything to me. I can two-shot you.
Yeah. He's very, very strong. 3.5k ahead. Kenny looks like he's extremely ahead, but he's only ahead by about 600 gold. As Malrung looking for it once again. Arrow is going to connect onto the set. There's the layering of the ultimates, but Malrung has that haymaker. Can he actually grab anything here? Stopwatch comes through. What was that crit? That was his whole health bar. Double kill already now as Kaney boops the Bard into the wall, but it doesn't seem to matter. A triple kill now as Trigger going to be taken down for the Quadra. Can it be the pentakill is flawless? He's desperately trying to pounce his way away to deny this one, but Aiming still looking for him. Yukal over to the side. He's going to deny it.
Really?
Fun police right here.
Yeah. Can we get a 9x report? Look at him trying to bait Flawless into this one.
Yep, there's the ace of the whole pentakill for Aiming. Good guy, Flawless. I take back everything that I said. As Smeb's going to come through, they're going to grab this inhibitor turret. And Aiming 14-0-2 on the Caitlyn. The most feddest of people I've seen for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten this to happen. The solo Q carry. The guy comes in and gets unbelievably fed, like it's not even supposed to happen. As they tried a wombo combo, they tried their best, but Stopwatch is the best item in the game. Two-shot the Rumble, and immediately from there on, he was off to the races. Kaney desperately trying to get that assassination, but good response out of Aiming.
Last hit, love it.
He's trying to get in there faster. He's like, please give me the penta. And then, good guy Flawless. He could have just backed. He could have sat in the fountain.
Let's listen to what they talk about. It's all about the penta.
제발.
됐다 이거.
It's Yukal that's yelling. It's not even Aiming.
한 대만 한 대만.
여기까지.
아 플래시로 안 넘어가네. 와 경고 왜 안 넘어가?
아 미안.
나 궁대거든? 누가라? 내가 한
He was yelling at his teammate for not flashing the wall. He's yelling at Smeb because Smeb didn't flash.
나이스. 누가라 고맙다.
All right, Zeus is dead again. Flawless also taking a lot of damage here as Aiming. Ace in the hole. Mia takes half of his health bar from it. It is at least able to survive for the moment. Shock Blast comes through, and the Rumble needs to go home.
Ooh, Kaney.
Okay, Ixu's ultimate has been stolen. Means that no supreme displays of talent available for the Sylas. Is now going to turn off the vision to keep up the suspense. Aiming's got a GA now on top of everything. 4 items for the Caitlyn in comparison to the 2 that Trigger has. No components either. Double the items. Insanity. Kaney jumping on over as Smebs found him. He's trying to be sneaky, but he gets popped for half of his health bar. Ixu, he's going to go down. No double pentas.
No double penta. What the hell?
I wanted it so bad.
What is this nonsense?
Well,
You should have given it to him.
He might have been trying to. I was half expecting Aiming to get it anyway. The Ocean Drake goes down in the blink of an eye. 15-0-3. For the Caitlyn, who now has a GA as well, so just it's going to be even harder. It's like the hard counter to Kiana, who wants to kill you in one round of spells. Getting out a little bit more difficult, although you can go stealth if there is some terraformable, terra-shapeable, grass in the area.
Terra-shapeable?
I mean, that's the wow. As Mia's dead, real dead, but does get an equalizer from the grave. Arrow comes down from Yukal, Trigger's dead also. As Ixu's going to get Haymade. Aiming's tanking up the Baron. In the meantime, I mean, there's 2 people doing Baron while it's a 3 versus 5 theoretically elsewhere. Tempered Fate not going to actually be hopped out of by Kaney. And now they're going to try and line him up. Supreme Display of Talent is beautiful. A massive damage as the Baron's still in there. They steal it. Kaney just going God mode as the Caitlyn looking to try and take down Flawless. It's a triple kill, but Aiming is still alive in the end. But they steal the Baron. Could this be the comeback?
Max, you needed your saxophone today. I said it before.
I mean, I asked my parents to send it over, but they can't go more than 5Ks outside their place. And my saxophone isn't actually at my home in Australia. It's unfortunate.
Well, yeah, this is just, I mean, this is like the definition of Fiesta. KT are like, yeah, we could just kill the Baron, or we could get a really great chance for the most amazing Supreme Display of Talent we've seen in a while. As Aiming doesn't die, I mean, that's kind of par for the course at this point, but at the same time, this did not have to happen.
Have a listen.
나이스. 바로 야, 바로 잡아. 나이스. 캐틀 진짜. 야, 얘들아 살아야 돼.
나이스. 야, 이기만 해.
캐틀 가인을 못 보였다.
괜찮아.
Kaney's like, he is super hyped up.
Yeah, he's like, come on, we can do this, take it slow, we can win.
Yukal still did the most damage in the team fight somehow.
Oh no!
Gonna get caught out. Peacemaker does a lot of damage. As Mia thankfully had a bit of a scrap shield there, so not gonna take too much. As QSS is now being completed by Aiming. 17-0-3, but 10-3-2 for Kaney's Kiana. And we can see exactly why it was banned in the first game. This game is absurd, but it's definitely very entertaining as Aiming's going to get healed back up, so not too worried about being speared. So let's see what KT can do to try and get a little bit of those sillies out. Okay, they're not going to. They're just going to kill Ixu as Yukal steals away his ultimate, uses it against him. And that's a dead Nah.
Again.
Yeah. Well, 40 seconds on the Nah. 4 versus 5 equalizer to try and clear out the wave, and they do so. The turret was tempered fated also.
Nice.
Susan, yeah, the sexiest. Oh dear. Aiming. QSS to try and get himself forward as the Peacemaker's not going to land. Spear avoided. And yeah, Aiming is still an absolute beast. Still. There is Kaney. He exists. He's got an Edge of Night, so can avoid some of the CC. This inhibitor turret's going to fall down. Inhibitor in the bottom lane, not going to die just yet. As Ocean Drake's up in a minute and a half, and that is going to be Ocean Soul for KT on the line. We're at 29 minutes into the game. This game has been really fun.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, they are... It's over a kill and a half per minute. I mean, this doesn't happen really over here. Generally, we see a lot of safe play, but these guys today are really entertaining us, it seems, in this one. Aiming's got to be careful.
He's flanking, I think, as he finds the net onto Mia. Flawless looking for him. Flash forward! Mia really wants to execute it, but he's still got a GA. That was never going to happen. Ixu over to the side. He wants to get a big Gnar. He's not going to use it just yet. Instead, he uses it on the air afterwards. Trigger's going to get haymated as well. Smashed into a billion pieces. That's a huge ult against the wall as Kaney also evaporates. And Aiming's now fighting. Flawless. Net doesn't connect. As the Cat still trying to find some aggression here in this game. As the back comes through, and Smeb is going to cancel it, as Flawless wants to hold on to a minion wave, but it doesn't seem to matter. Aiming is going to find the vision, and despite the Primal Surge, that is still a dead Nidalee. And I have a feeling this is going to be the end of the game. 31-17, maybe even 32-17 as Ixu. Back on the fountain now, Tucson. He's gonna die, 100%. So that's 18. Another kill comes through as Ixu puts them onto the fountain. Even more kills. Now Aiming's going to say, well, I guess I won't kill the Nexus. I'm going to shoot this Gnar for as long as I can.
Smeb's trying to kill the Nexus.
Yeah, he's like, no, please get me out of this. This crazy cacophony of insanity. As Yukal's going to sacrifice himself for a kill onto the Ashe. And finally, the Nexus does fall down. It was a fun series, but in the end, it's a KT 2-0, so we have to say goodbye to any hopes for Sandbox. As KT Rolster still definitely in it with a shot for playoffs, but I don't know how much we learn from this match because it was, definitely an eclectic one. Let's just say.
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I think the amount of times that we get to see someone that fed in a professional match is just so low. Like, to have a Caitlyn be almost 20 kills in one game, that just really never happens. And it's cool to see it happen here. Aiming, obviously one of the big 80 carries here in the LCK, putting on a show for us tonight. As Balrog's getting some attention too.
He's going to win his second series.
Yeah, that he will. And he had that little bit of a whoopsie down on the bottom side, but after that, he really cleaned up his play and had a good game. So good to see. It's
hard to sub in as well and like play like you've got all of that momentum after a win. It's very weird that Bono got subbed out at all, but still looked absolutely fine. It might have been that they wanted to have some fun with some Lilia, which Solo and Prince decided that they would nip in the bud. As Yukal also had a really good day. Back-to-back Silas games. He had so many phenomenal ults. I think the drafting out of KT was pretty stable, but definitely good. A little bit more fun on Solo on Prince's side. Was good to see Kaney's Kiana as aiming down the sights. There is Aiming.
Yeah, it was like a mini Pyoshik celebration, right? Wasn't much, but he gave us a little something.
It's even better that his name's Aiming though, so that could be like what he does, no matter who he's playing, right? It's pretty cool.
Caitlyn Ezreal. Yeah, you're aiming a lot with both of those champions. As we get the huddle here once again.
Yep, Harai trying to boost up his team that still has a chance. The match against Afrika is a gigantic one. For this team and for Afrika as well to make sure that they can solidify their spot. If Afrika wins there, that's all done and dusted as far as our 5 teams in playoffs. It's not going to be all over for KT. They still have the World's Gauntlet that they could ride the entire way towards the World Championship. The KT roller coaster will continue even after playoffs.
That is true. It's really interesting to see how it's all shaping up, of course, going into summer playoffs. Yeah. Which teams are in the running and who's really got a shot. It does seem pretty obvious this year, though, like who is going to make it into at least the regional qualifier over here.
Yep.
We're still not sure who's going to get the direct seed just yet. T1's still looking very likely because of their spring win and the fact that they're in playoffs once again. But who's going to win summer? Will it just be the Dom one that we're expecting? Will it be someone else to come up with an upset? Definitely cool stuff to think about as this is coming along.
This looked really silly from Marong, but Trigger did have Flash. So I guess he was just assuming a Flash would come through. He was trying to like go for the Mad Life, I guess. Maybe gameplayed himself just a little bit. As you can see, this was messy, to say the least. But it was such a fun game. Just so many kills. I feel like whoever was making this highlight reel is like, well, I have to cut out 17 of the highlights.
Pretty much. I mean, there are a lot of moments where Aiming just kind of ran at you and got a bunch of kills. And this was one such moment. The pentakill that does come in here. As you can see, Katie, he knows his job. This is before GA is completed. And not much he can do at the end of the day. As eventually,
It's the 4th pentakill of the LCK for Summer 2020. I think, have we had more than 4 in a season? Not in a really long time.
I don't know. That's an interesting stat.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone actually has that stat offhand. If you do, make sure to reach out to us on Twitter or
And it's
wherever you would like to.
It's interesting as well. I mean, we had our first pentakill, which was Mystic on the Aphelios, and then we had a Kassadin pentakill and a Nidalee pentakill
Yeah.
from Showmaker and Canyon. And now we've got a Caitlyn pentakill, which is, I guess, a more understandable one, especially when the Caitlyn had like 15 kills at the time.
Yeah. Just lining him up. He doesn't even die once he gets his GA. He stays alive the entire time.
He doesn't get his GA pop.
괜찮아, 맞다.
Exactly. He doesn't even get like the fake life.
Yeah, right.
Stays
여기
alive
끼어나?
for the whole game.
봐줄래 여기?
싸워도 될 듯 이거?
나 봐줄게 그쪽. 애쉬.
Ash.
메시 잡았고.
할게
Got
이거 노플.
Ash.
하나 봐줄 수 있어.
야 노플이야 노플. 끝났다.
Go on
미드
this.
가자.
No flash. It's over.
It was actually really clean from Elrond, actually. He had a few different
Oh,
ideas
no,
that he was
nice.
thinking about. He
Nice.
wanted to throw flawless
네,
in
어떻게
and then
18킬이
decided
나오냐?
that he was going to
Okay.
instead just grab the Ash,
아, 20킬
communicated
찍고
that to his
있는데?
team.
펜타? 아 펜타도 있구나. 아 분야 있다.
Yuka.
오. 와우. 야나 1킬만 더 하자.
경험이 미드텔.
예 노플. 1킬만 더
타워 깨고
하자.
1킬 더하게 해주던지.
아 1킬 더 하게 해줘.
It's definitely the
잡지마,
first time
잡지마.
the winning team has had more
타워.
kills than
어, 잠깐만.
there is minutes on the clock.
안될 것 같은데 킬?
애쉬 4초, 애쉬 4초.
애쉬 노플이긴 해 애쉬 노플.
애쉬 4초, 애쉬 4초. 타워 때려, 제발. 타워 때려,
Smith's
타워
like,
때려.
hit the damn turret.
애쉬 노플인데. 들어와. 킬 1킬. 아이고.
2층 타워맨 있다 이거. 난 타워만게. 나이스!
나이스.
The war cry there at the end.
Yep.
40,000 damage
God,
in
man.
31 minutes.
And somehow
Wow.
the Rumbles still did a lot of damage.
Yeah, he was, you know. If you're dying a lot, but you're there and you're
He
trading
was only
back every
alive for
time.
50% of the game.
Yeah. But you know,
man.
every time he went out in a blaze of glory, except that one time where he just stepped on the companies. But other than that, looks great, and maybe he was having fun.
It was definitely a lot of fun. I don't think anyone could take that away from him. Solo One Prince, if they do anything, they have fun, as aiming will pick up player of the game. 19-0-4 with, close to 1,300 damage per minute. 40% of his team.
Okay.
Damage was ahead by, 6.3 thousand gold. Sometimes people get upset with, oh, he got a pentakill, and then he got the player of the game, but aiming was 100%.
Look at how he
Here's-
dodges the
Oh,
cupcake.
Prince of Persia!
Unbelievable.
Oh, amazing.
What a play. And there's
Oh, so sad.
watch it. Oh no. Why'd he step forward?
He needed to land the other harpoon. That was why.
나도 좀 붙나 보다.
Back in now.
미드 걸었다 얘네.
나 토시에 있어 안 죽어. 나 텔 있어.
We were part of the player of the game.
Yeah, I had a feeling we were going to go back to it.
나를 노플 나를 노플.
나를
There's
노플,
the
나를
pentakill to
아이고.
watch.
여기 키아나, 키아나,
키아나,
키아나,
키아나.
키아나 높이, 키아나
10
높이.
out of 12.
나왔다.
Two votes for mid lane.
펜타.
It's interesting
펜타.
because,
야 펜타.
well, we're
제발.
instant
It was
됐다,
you,
이거.
Cal, that
됐다,
confirmed the
됐다.
bet. So technically, it's
Okay.
아이고.
여기까지,
Deserved.
여기까지.
Very
여기까지,
deserved.
여기까지.
플래시로 안 넘어가네.
And it's interesting because
정글
you
왜안
know,
넘어가?
I
미안.
definitely am not a person who enjoys
야,
voting
나를
for
텔
the
정도?
highest
없어.
damage, highest
때려
KDA
때려
wall
죽어.
Yeah,
kind
right.
of player, but in this case I was
나이스.
like, well, I mean,
죽어.
100%.
pentakill, 19 and 0, the guy like literally just put the team on his back after getting fed. Like,
Yeah. Definitely 100% deserved. I also thought that he played like very well position-wise.
Yeah.
When there's a Kiana on the team, the Caitlyn should be dead all the time. And the Kiana was fed as well. And yet, aiming just a little bit too strong.
Guardian Angel, very, pretty much the perfect item against Kiana.
And also, it's an aiming item. He loves building it. He's
Great item, especially from ahead.
Yeah, he's a GA builder. As I will be able to have a chat with him about how this one went. I believe it's going to be Smeb and aiming for the interview. going to be coming up very shortly. Once again, want to say our condolences to Sandbox. We also had LoL Esports stats send through exactly what needed to happen, but unfortunately it hasn't happened. And here's Ji-sun for the interview translation.
Translation, and let's have this POG interview with SMAP aiming on the side of KT Roaster, picking up 2-0 victory up against Sareon Prince. SMAP, how do you feel? Recently, we were having a improving performance, so we had some confidence for this series, and I'm happy that we were able to get a 2-0 win. Especially SMAP, you are back in your form. And aiming, this is your second pentakill. How do you feel? I'm happy that I was able to get so many kills and also the pentakill. That game was more like a solo queue game, actually. Going back to game number 1, Sareon Prince had a very unorthodox comp. So jungle Echo and Set mid. The mid laner on the side of Sareon Prince, he kind of prefers a lot of AD champions like Set and Kiana, so we had this information. So we thought that there are high possibility of having a mid-set game and an AP jungler coming in. So with the Kenny on this starting lineup, did you guys kind of predict it? I mean, recently they were having a lot of roster swaps, so we did not exactly know who's gonna play for today's series. So we were having all the possible cases in mind. So in game number 1, you are 9-0-8. Especially you are participating in every skirmish in the early game. So let's take a look at the highlights first. So after you got 3 kills on the top side of the map, instead of going for the top lane wave, you TP'd for the bottom lane and let Yukao take the big wave. Was that your intention, or was that team's call? In the recent series, we had some games that we had a huge losing trade, so our bottom duos were super vocal about this TP support. So I was like, yeah, this is time that I should take this TP. Then aiming. What was going on exactly? Well, the opponents were overextended, so I asked SMAP to take the TP. What did Yukao say about farming that wave on the top lane? That was a super big wave, so I was telling him to go get it fast. You guys were able to get all the leads in that early game. And you actually got 4-0-0 after that fight, so did you kind of say you're going to carry that game? I mean, we already had a really nice comp, and with those kills, Wukong was able to accelerate the lead and was able to reach the power spike really fast. So game number 1, well, Gnar took the grasp of Undying, but he changed the Hail of Blades in game number 2 on Gnar. Well, regardless of the rune choice, I think Gnar is a really decent champion in the current meta, so I think any rune is actually viable. Aiming. KT Roaster is trying to sub in both junglers in the recent series, so what's your thought on that strategy? They have different champion pool and playstyle, and both of them have a lot of strengths. So depending on the given situation, our coaching staff decides the roster. Caitlyn and Ash are definitely on top of the tier list. And which one do you prefer? Well, when those two are banned out, we can play Jhin, and also Aphelios is still viable. Speaking of Caitlyn, you had 19-0-4 on Caitlyn in game 2. Caitlyn is definitely climbing up the tier list, but here in the LCK, her win rate is not that high. So how do you rate this champion in this meta?
무난하게 좋은 챔피언이.
Caitlyn is a very decent champion.
케이틀린을 위한 뭐 뱀픽이라던가 이제
But-
플레이를 잘 맞춰준다면은.
So you have to be geared up with comp and strategy around Caitlyn. For the sustainability, a lot of players go with footwork, but you are looking for some more damage with the different rune choice. Fleet footwork has a lot of sustainability during the laning phase, also really good at kiting. But I was trying to avoid and dodge the opponent's skill, and I was looking for more damage in the late game with the lethality, with the attack speed. The second pentakill of your career, so let's take a look at the highlights. So your teammates were also trying their best to give you this penta. So what was actually going on here? At first, I didn't know I got this much of a kill, but my teammates were telling me that this is a pentakill opportunity, so I was like, yeah, give me the penta, give me the penta, and then I found out that I almost missed it because Jason did not flash over the wall, but he did not. So Yuka kind of sacrificed for me. Any message for Yuka? It's been 2 years since I played together with Yuka. I'm happy that we were able to have such a great time together. Smack, what was your plan in that pentakill moment? I mean, I've been playing as a pro for such a long time, and I don't care about the super plays or outplays, you know? We have to end game as fast as possible. However, Korean Prince picked up triple kill and a Baron. They were so close to turning the game around. Weren't you guys worried about that? We were in a huge lead, so we were letting our guards down a little bit. So after they took the Baron, we focused up again, and we were able to close out the game. Smap, your performance is stepping up every day. It's really hard to, get back to form after having a really long off season. During the off season, and also I also performed really bad during 2019. So I lost so many of my confidence. So I had this mindset that I can come back, I can get back to my form. And that was the biggest motivation for me to get back this form. Smap. After that rest, Smap is now back at form. So Lyra is also thinking of maybe becoming a pro player again. But your next opponent will be Africa Freaks, and that's gonna be the decider game for playoffs, possibly. I mean, we took down Africa Freaks a lot during the spring split, but coming in the summer split, we lost them. We were a little bit surprised, so we're going to prepare really hard and get the win. And Smap? Currently, me and our team, we are doing a great job. So we will prepare really hard in order to show a good performance. Thank you. So this will be the end of the interview with Smap Aiming from KT Roaster. And once again, congratulations on the win. So KT Roaster picked up 2-0 win up against Korean Prince, and they are still having the hopes for the playoffs. So let's check out the standings.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation as per usual. And as you can see, the race for playoffs is definitely getting interesting. As KT, I believe, still require Sandbox to get a victory over Africa, but if they win, they at least even out the match score, and their life theoretically is in their hands, because they can then take down Damwon, who I believe they are taking on. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So if KT beats Damwon, then
and they need
a
Africa to lose on top of that.
Africa need to lose to Gen G, though, which is still, you know, something that they could theoretically hang their hat on.
Yes. It's still possible.
It's definitely...
It's not very likely, but we'll see what happens. As next up is going to be DRX versus Hanwha Life for our second match of the night.
Yeah, and we'll see how that one goes. Yet another sort of top of the table versus the bottom type scenario. But DRX, I mean, they're a team that flips coins. It's been a while since we've seen them, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether they've shored up some of those inconsistencies up against a Hanwha Life, who might be on a bit of a rise, looking to make a bit of a statement in the last couple of weeks of the LCK. But we'll see you after a very long break for our second match of the night.
Never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist for our final series of the evening. DRX are going to be taking on Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha, unfortunately, haven't found too many victories of late, but they at least took a game off KT. So let's see whether they can maybe channel that into some victories here against a DRX that still needs to show us some more consistency. I don't think anyone's really ready to bet the house on DRX here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about DRX, right? They're obviously really, really good. Individually, all of their players are outstanding. They have great team play at the same time, but then randomly they'll drop a series to KT, they'll lose games to multiple different weaker teams, right? They had a lot of 2-1s compared to Damwon, who's mostly 2-0ing very cleanly. And that's really where you make the distinction between the two teams, right? And that's why we have Damwon 1, DRX 2 at the moment. So that's what I feel like we say every time we see DRX now. It's like, show us more consistency, show us that we can trust in you come playoff time if we're, a fan out there who wants to see your team succeed, especially once we get into best of fives, because then you need to be more consistent because you're playing more games.
100%. Let's go through the points of the match. Second versus second last. As our top point does state, DRX need to clean 2-0 for the first place competition versus Hanwha Life, who just wants to win more, right? Like, this is a team that really needs to show that they belong here in the LCK. Young Guns reloaded. Hanwha Life is trying a different roster on the top side. I'll give it away. It is Dudu and Youngjae coming in for this one. Youngjae has had a rough time of it, honestly. So far, his experience in the LCK has been less than great. We'll see whether this is going to be the turning point. Him up against Piochik is certainly a battle of rookies, as Carrier's champion pool once again is going to get highlighted.
Come on, I want to see 20 unique champions, Carrier. Give it to me. That's the goal for him, for me, for this series. And for you guys who don't know, CV Max gave all the players on DRX a little bit of solo queue homework. They have to hit a certain amount of LP in Challenger before a certain time on a certain day, which turns out to be the 16th of August at 3 a.m. And Doran is pretty far away after a pretty nasty losing streak, apparently.
Oh, dear.
If you lose, if you don't achieve it, you have to go hiking. If you do achieve it, then you can do whatever you want for one entire day. Go wherever you want. So
maybe even go hiking.
Yeah, well, in that case, maybe it's better to just, bomb in solo queue, I guess. But as you can see, they've got some good stats, obviously, compared here to Hanwha Life.
Yeah, 90% win rate with a gold lead makes some sense for a team that does certainly like to snowball. Team damage per minute, second in the league. Just shows that DRX have been playing very aggressively. But fast and loose sometimes isn't the best way to play League of Legends. So we'll have to see how DRX plays this one out. I want to see some more control. One thing that has certainly been looking up for DRX has been Doran's performance. I know maybe not so great in solo queue. However, here in the LCK, he's been picking up solo kills. He's been able to really dominate his opponents. And now Dudu's going to have a tough task ahead of him, keeping down Doran. Doran, remember, was talking about how he looks up to Noguri in his Player of the Game interview last time out. And then Noguri came on and said that he's very honored. It was adorable. But let's see whether Doran's going to be able to continue that good form that is certainly against what he has experienced in solo queue. Let's have a look at his stats here. Second on gold difference at 15. Not a lot of jungle participation, but still third. And Dudu has had the most attention. And look at this. Doran's moved up to first in solo kills for round 2. I don't think he's first just in the entire season, because Canna still has that. But in round 2, like we were talking about, Doran's stepping up. 13 solo kills is not bad at all.
Yeah, and they faced the majority of the tough schedule for them, right? They played against Damwon, Genji, Afrika. They still have T1 to go through, so that's going to be the last tough matchup. That's actually on the last day of the regular season as well. So he's been going up against some good top laners, and well, CV Max was seeing some of the massaging that some of the other top laners were getting, and now he's really getting in there. That
Yep.
seems like a very good massage, actually.
Absolutely. I think it's Nogari that gets the massages before the games. So Doran just trying to take after the man he looks up to just a little bit. But it looks like, yeah, as far as masseuse skills, CV Max is winning, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
even getting the little punches in. Oh, that's the best part. I think shakes
So
his
it's
Achilles
like,
out.
okay, it's my turn.
Yep. You gotta get those the crinks out of your neck and things like that.
Yeah.
I like it. We'll see whether DRX are a bit stiff as they make their way out onto the Rift for the first time in a while. It's been a while since we've seen DRX here.
The How Life coach is like, just let me know if you want a massage, young dude. Like, actually, I'm okay.
I'm good, dude.
That's, thank you. With a little smirk on his face. Chovy doesn't need a massage.
He doesn't. He's Chovy.
He's going to massage the mid lane. To his liking here, I would imagine Miru has a really tough matchup ahead of himself.
Yep, Miru, of course, does like heading onto the Galio. Chovy showed us the best play on Galio so far this season. So looking forward to seeing what that matchup is going to hold. Certainly Chovy with some interesting picks in recent times. Him and Carrier trying their very best to just play as many different champions as they can. But it's only a couple of games for good old Chovy on that Galio, and he's certainly favoring the Azir recently. We'll see whether that means that's what he's going to be picking, and let's not waste any more time. Let's find out right now as we hop into the ban and pick for game number 1, DRX versus Humble Life. DRX, they are a blue team, and they are on the blue side. It's all working out.
It all makes sense. Orange is basically red.
Yep.
It's definitely more the red than blue, so...
Orange is the new red?
Yes.
That's
exactly.
That's not
well
the name of the
put.
show. That's not the name of the show.
Also, Humble Life's colors are actually orange and black and white,
yeah.
So...
I mean, it's mostly orange and white, isn't it? Oh,
yeah, but there's like a little
I
bit
guess
of
the
black in there
logo
as
is
well.
like black and gray. And
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm picking it up.
So...
Set and Karma going to be banned. Look for the Volley Bear. That's going to be coming in at some point too. See where DRX are going to be aiming as far as their picks are concerned. It was Deft that brought out, I believe, back-to-back Ashe picks into the Caitlyn and demolished that lane with the Essence Reaver start. Was not close, but DRX's last match was against Sandbox, and it was very, very convincing.
Yeah.
Before that, of course, the 2-0
Wow.
over Afrika. And Renekton banned in the first round.
DRX, they've been checking Reddit, and they see that, in fact, Renekton is quite the strong champion. And to be honest, guys, he is definitely moving up in priority as players are going along with their teams that are really trying to rush down into the mid game and win from there. As Caitlyn will be selected, and probably we are going to have Ashe follow up here.
That is going to be the answer. We saw that it didn't work out in our previous matchup. This is Viper versus Deft. This is a tale as old as time. This was 2018 summer final, right? Is these two going at it? Of course, mid laners have swapped sides. Chovy defected onto the side of Deft, and then both of them went on to different teams, all this sort of stuff. But the Bard is going to be locked away. So Humble Life, certainly with a lot more tools, has now Carrier thinking about the Lux. And this Caitlyn Lux is what was dominating the loser board last week.
Yes.
Not great. There isn't a loser board, by the way, are there?
Oh,
but if there was,
we need one.
Caitlyn Lux was up there.
That is true. Lux hasn't had much success here as they forwent the TF. They're thinking about taking it now, but instead...
Lilia being hovered
there
and
it
locked
is.
in. All right,
Koshik. Okay.
Gonna have to brush up our Lilia knowledge here, as she hasn't been doing super well internationally, and it's going to be the Olaf that's going to try and take her on. Seen a lot of these sort of magic damage brawlery style builds with lots of Rylai's and Leandra's Torments and things like that coming out. Lilia does do a fair bit of CCing people and damage over time, things like that. So let's see how Koshik is going to do with this champion. Zoe's going to be banned away.
Yeah. Young Jay responding with the Olaf. It It's very common nowadays up here at the top of the pick ban, drafting for a lot of these LCK teams. They were thinking about the TF, and then you'll notice that they go ahead and ban it away, as Red Side are going to have first pick coming into the second phase. What else are they thinking about banning away from Chovy would be a question. The set already taken down by DRX.
Yep, one more ban here for Hanwha. I could imagine Azir could just be the choice, unless Miro's planning on picking it away. But no, it's going to be the Camille up against Doran. Definitely a favorite of his.
Yeah, most played so far. The cannon's still available, so even if they take away that, they might want to force him onto the cannon. But in that case, they're going to be taking a ton of ability power champions, of course, on their side, assuming that Chovy went for one himself. So, very curious to see what the last two picks will be for DRX. We still have other picks like a Wukong. Is very common up in the top side, something that does AD, can get the ball rolling, can engage.
Yep.
Onto something like an immobile Ashe. But first we have to see what Miro is playing. It is going to be his Galio, as DRX totally ignored it. They said, yeah, go ahead. If that's what you want to play, be our guest.
Yep, Chovy's going to have a lot that he can do here because, of course, Lilia does do a fair bit of magic damage. He doesn't necessarily have to be priced into it, but it looks like it will be the Akali that he's likely to take into that matchup. Doran could, of course, be playing it. We'll see how willing they are to continue flexing. 15 seconds to go now. Just wondering what Doran is going to play. Will it be more of a tanky choice? But no, it is absolutely not. We're stepping away from tanks. It's going to be the Lucian blind pick top lane. No Renekton to come through as an answer, but Jace could be considered, although Lucian's picked into Jace all the time. Just not a lot of great options when it comes to fending off a Lucian top.
Well,
that would not be the
Thresh top. I'm a fan.
It's going to be the Wukong.
Still available. It will be picked up, and there you have it. That's very interesting that they go for that. You think about the Ashe and the Bard. Definitely kind of want to keep your distance. They have engage tools and pick tools, obviously, so they kind of go down that path afterwards, just going straight into hard-on engage with the Wukong and Galio. And, of course, Olaf, who is going to be just running straight at the enemy. As it looks like Chovy will be on the Lucian. And then Doran up on the Akali up in the top side. So,
all right, so it is going to be that classic counter pick. The Lucian into the Galio will be the matchup. I actually quite like it. CP Max going for a little bit of the old switcheroo. We've seen so much top Lucian that it's harder to remember. But, of course, we've seen plenty of mid Lucian as well. Kuzan, of course, being the biggest fan here in the LCK, but coaches are going to shake hands. Let's go over these rosters as Lilia, for the first time here in the LCK, is going to be jumping onto the Rift into the hands of Pyoshik. And we'll see whether it's going to have a better performance here as it has elsewhere. And of course, with it being DRX versus Hanwha Life, there is a decent chance that she'll find herself at a 100% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the team matchup that we do have to look at, but I'm curious to see if Hanwha Life can actually pilot this to some success. I think the bottom lane is going to be very important. If they get too far behind, then they're going to be lacking a lot of damage here. I would imagine that the top lane can kind of just go even, and or the Wukong getting a little bit ahead there in the early stages of the game at least. But again, a lot of this is going to rely on Viper and on Lehens, as it always does for Hanwha Life. Whereas on the other side, on DRX's side, it really does feel like anyone can pop off here.
Yeah, and let's just hope that it's Bambi. Because it's the first time that I've had the pleasure of her company on the Rift here. As Carrier is going to notice them here. Undertow going to miss. Youngjae currently 0 for 1.
Nice zoom.
Yeah, we'll see if we can update that one. As Pyoshik's trotting towards this this brush.
Whenever I see this, I just I get a little giggle.
Her walk animation is definitely interesting.
Yeah. So Jonas Strong is showing off the abilities to everybody here in Korean. So all of you Korean fluent guys out there,
you know exactly what's going on.
That don't know what Lilia does by now.
Basically,
There you go.
you know, she's got an Aatrox Q that does one time, that's a W. She's got a Darius Q on her Q, so that's handy. She's got a thing that goes forever if you miss. That's cool. And then she's got Lilting Lullaby, which is going to put things to sleep after a short duration if you manage to get your passive on them.
There's the Darius Q.
Yep, Darius Q comes out. Doesn't have anything else skilled yet.
These are the official names,
Yeah, Darius Q.
Yeah.
Decimate.
Youngjae spotted here on the ward. They see that Olaf is in fact starting blue. As Pioshik may use this information to just trot on over to the red buff.
The walk animation's so good. All right. Dudu and Doran just smacking one another. As yeah, Pioshik is pretty comfortably going to be able to take this one down.
Yeah.
There it is. The big wallop.
Especially level 2, she's just insane at taking Raptors. So she's just going to go ahead and take both and also take the Krugs. Just go ahead and take everything that gives you a lot of experience and gold, I suppose. It is going to be the name of the game here for Pioshik. He's even going to smite it. He's not trying to contest the red. He's just trying to counter jungle as much as possible.
Yep. I don't know how to necessarily use OW in a team fight. That one, it's watch out Eep. That's what it's called,
Yeah,
Brendan.
I know that's the name.
But like, how are we supposed to? It would be like someone snuck up behind me, you know?
Yeah.
Or snuck up behind you, and I'm like, watch out, and then I'm like, Eep. I don't know.
Maybe I say the Eep.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
you tell me to watch out, and then I say Eep
perfect.
as a reaction.
Well, Chovy's not going to get taunted. Youngjae not going to find an axe onto the Lucian, but Lehens is going to find a nice cosmic binding there. Jeff trying to throw out some autos. Light binding comes down. Peacemaker not really going to find too much. As Pioshik's continuing to watch out Eep all over the jungle.
It's so weird just saying that casually.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use that one too often.
Just continuing to watch out.
Eep.
Oh, man. I enjoy the creativity, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
From the Riot champion design staff.
I mean, we did have Yuumi as well, so we were ready. It's like bop and block and things like that, which is pretty difficult to say. In any context that makes sense anyway. As Depth and Carrier getting poked out a little bit here by the old Ash Bard. We're not too worried about it. I'll be basically even on CS here as the wave resets. Joshua continuing to dance around the Rift Scuttler. We'll see when he goes for his first gank, because Youngjae, once again, he's still here. Viper's trying to bait, and DRX are having absolutely
Depth is like,
none of it.
no.
Well, there's the magical journey as he gets exhausted, but they're going for Carrier. He does have a shield, flashes out to make sure that he gathers his shield for himself. A couple of traps there on the ground, but they get the flash and the heal and the exhaust out of the DRX bottom lane.
Yeah, nice little gank. I don't know if it was 100% worth it overall, just because of how much time was spent down there. And that time spent down in the bottom lane means time spent not farming, which is something that Olaf is great at. Meanwhile, Pioshik is back here at the enemy Krugs. It is now Lilia's Krugs.
Yeah, 100%. Smacking them down. We'll see whether this means that Pioshik's going to go for some sort of dive, and it looks like he is. Following this wave in, Doran down here as well. As let's see whether they can make this one work. Gets out of the way with just a wander, and he'll be fine. Says Dudu.
Yeah.
Apparently Decoy pretty good for avoiding ganks, as it turns out.
Yeah, there's really not much CC between the two of them, so it's kind of just like a little bit of a, you know, damage run by, essentially.
Yeah, love tap.
Yeah, didn't really waste too much time doing that, so I don't mind it too much. Just gonna get back to farming. It's certainly something that Lilia can do well.
Yep.
And yeah, just gonna start up at the top side and look to rotate all the way down through the jungle, through the Raptors, down to her own Krugs. As Youngjae taking this time to just go for the dragon. Says, well, you just went for my Krugs, you went and you ganked the top side, you're almost definitely just gonna back. So I'll use this time while you're off the map to take this big objective.
It's gonna be big. Ocean Drake going over to Harmor Life. We'll see whether that's going to end up in some sort of snowball. The second Drake is going to be a mountain. Our sole options for this game will be Cloud or Infernal. Of course, Infernal would be much preferred. And we'll see whether Runeterra is going to be kind enough to deliver it to us. Peacemaker coming over here is Deft and Carrier. Doing pretty well just clearing up minions.
DK.
And they will find themselves with a slight advantage this time. A little bit better at last hitting, as it turns out.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. And the Lux and her shield obviously going to be pretty obnoxious as the game comes along. As Youngjae's here again, I mean, this isn't really effective ganking. You know, he's spending a bit of time, I guess, while his camps are respawning, but it's not the most efficient play. Just wants to reduce some of the vision down for that bottom lane. As I was mentioning before, they always seem to put their eggs into the Viper Lahen's basket, so that means that the rest of the team would like to support them as much as possible, and that means that Olaf is going to get pretty far behind this Lilia in the jungle.
Yeah, plus Lilia easily able to farm as quickly as the Olaf, getting very close to that Runic Echoes, and we get to see exactly where Pyosik is going to go next with that item build. Likely to be straight into Liandry's because it's just so extraordinarily valuable on Lilia. I don't think there's anyone who can make more use of a Liandry's. Apart from maybe Old Swain. Old Swain's Torment is like actually just the best.
Pyosik just, he is... Man, he doesn't even have to pay rent to Youngjae right now. He's just living in the enemy jungle for free.
Yeah.
Sitting in there, taking all of his camps, takes the red. Here comes the Raptors again. Maybe he'll swing by and take the Krugs if he feels like it. He's just doing a great job of counter jungling and being really annoying.
And also leaving up all of his camps, as you can see. So you saw that the camp advantage wasn't exactly gigantic, but Pyosik has a whole lot waiting for him. Blue buff going to be there. As Doran hops into his Shroud, which is very blue with this skin. It's actually great. I'm so glad that we can see it a little bit better as Chovy's going to cull Youngjae a little bit. Pyosik over here. We'll see whether they actually go for it. They do certainly have the push on the top side as Carrier. Going to rotate over. Magical Journey from Lahens means he'll meet them at exactly the right time. And there Shelly goes, just resetting. Decent undertow. But Deft is on the bottom side of the map, reaping all of the rewards. Viper did have an arrow at the ready. So it might be that Humble Life can turn their attention to the Rift Herald, but it looks like they're not actually going for it. As Deft is just going to use this opportunity to get himself a back timing. Doran going for another solo kill.
Yeah, and I do think that Dudu responded in kind. If he didn't ult there, probably would have bitten the dust. And so that does mean that Doran is doing a really great job. He's ahead by more than 20 CS. As no teleport here for Dudu either. He's actually going to stay up on the top side. It's going to bring the Olaf up to the top lane. You can see that even Miru is edging on up towards this one. Some pings going down onto the Rift Herald, so they do know of this possibility, but I'm just not sure that Hanwha Life can contest it.
Yeah, he's just bleeding purple, and it looks like Shelly will be taken here by Pyosik, who smashes it and picks that one up. Just spinning around constantly. Back to come in from Chovy as he is going to flash the Justice Punch. Miru taking a lot of damage back, however, as it's going to be a BF Sword first Lucian, by the way. Chovy going to get ulted. They don't get the turret, however, as he manages to cleanse. There's the heroic entrance, as he might actually be able to pick one up. Final spark, and that will be the kill going over to Carrier. Viper now in trouble as the Peacemaker goes over. Lahens at about 100 somehow. Not sure what happened there, maybe tanking the turret for a little bit too long, as there's the light binding, and Pyosik, he's going to come in. Not going to find the Q there, as the ulti comes forward. Sleep comes down, the flash from Miru, flash forward from Pyosik, magical journey, but it's Carrier that grabs the kill in the end. Yeah, not going to get the bounces.
The bowling ball.
Yep.
Sailing wide, but Pyosik, that was really nice. I think that Miru was kind of a little bit disrespectful in the way that he stood around. He's like, oh no, it's just Carrier, right? Like, it's nothing. But then immediately Pyosik comes in and he's like, oh crap, I gotta get out of here. Barely survives, but Youngjae ends up going down in the trade as, of course, Carrier is just like randomly in the mid lane at the perfect time, you know? Just right there to final spark him in the face after the dive, as if he saw it coming a mile away. So a great rotational play from Carrier. As Hanwha Life, nice little maneuver here. They're going to avoid this. Scuttle Crab, Vision, and go and take the second Drake.
This is very sneaky. Right out from under DRX, as you can see. Carrier might check it, but I don't know what he's actually going to be able to do. The Hawkshot flies in, and there it is. Second Dragon is going to be taken down as Cloud Soul. Going to be our Dragon of the day. A little bit unfortunate, but it's pretty cloudy here in Seoul at the moment, so it certainly fits. We're going to have a look at this replay once again.
Yeah, I'm just watching Carrier on the map. He was there, and then he backed down to bottom. Then he started coming back. Again, started running towards the bottom side, but then got here finally on time to scoop up that kill. And watch this, Carrier's just running at Miru. Miru's running forward. He's like, no, I don't believe you. And then it was actually Lehens that got caught out here. I thought it was the Olaf, but it was Lehens that did come in trying to support as well as another fight breaking out.
Yeah, Pyosik looks for the Swirl Seed, but once again it gets blocked by some minions. Youngjae under the turret now, but Doran had that second ulti to clear out those minions, get that crash. Youngjae, however, not going to suffer a dive. It didn't work last time, and DRX not going to take their chances a second time. The Runic Echoes are completed, and Pyosik is super far ahead. The more AP builds, the faster he farms. And now just going to be putting down the Rift Herald here on the top side so that Doran can gather himself some more plates. I don't know whether he's going to be able to poke the eye of the Herald until it's charged, and he's not going to. So fair few plates now going over to DRX with still a minute to gather more if they would like. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that I believe Chovy had Essence Reaver completed pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, he's having a fun game.
Not bad.
He went call and up against Galio, who can really do nothing except try to farm himself. Chovy just gets a free lane, essentially, which is one of the moments, you know, I know we were... Oh, maybe a solo kill.
Yeah, Dudu, he's going to try and escape as Youngjae was spotted, and Doran is actually going to back away. I think there was a time where Doran would have made the over-aggressive play there. Decided instead not to, but maybe that was a time where he could have. Didn't quite have the Hextech Gunblade completed just yet, but he's still just going to push Dudu out of lane, right? So has certainly won in the end, over 20 CS in the lead for the Akali. And that pickup certainly working out. As Viper going to take a couple of autos. Deft avoids everything other than the volley, which is pretty hard to avoid.
Yeah. And bottom lane, not really having too much action. The 2 kills on the Lux came in the mid lane. And yeah, I mean, what I was saying was, you know, Chovy just gets a free lane, and we used to criticize the solo lane Lucian a bit, and you know, it's an interesting pick because teams like DRX will use it as this engage is not going to work out. They'll use it, and they're so good with the pick because they're so mechanically skilled that it makes it look really strong. But it's especially strong when you can get so much free farm like this.
Well, Dudu trying to go aggressive here, but he throws out the OK. Swirl Seed not going to land. There's the flash forward. Dudu picks up the solo kill. And now Pyosik's doing his best to take him down, I believe. Oh, no! It doesn't happen! And Tribute's going to get all of his health back. Double kill 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and I love the emote usage as well. That was my favorite part of that whole exchange. Dudu seemed to know it. Even with Lilia there, he's like, no problem. I'll just take the 2 of you, as Lilia, unfortunately, not really able to live up to the amount of healing that Conqueror gives.
Yeah,
compared
apparently.
to her own damage, which is seemingly not doing enough.
Non-existent.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, that's not really what you want. As Doran gets baited, another turret shot.
Yeah. Turret shot really was the kicker there. I think if he doesn't take it, then he's fine. And you see Pyosik committing to it, but Dudu just casually regenning life. Doesn't even say anything.
잡았다.
Got him.
잡았어.
Got him.
Got him.
아, 나이스.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. As his teammate is going ballistic.
Whoa, okay, Youngjae just comes in. That is a reckless swing indeed, as Pyosik, he has to flash to get out of the way once again. Swirl Seed seemingly doing nothing as Doran up towards the top side is at least able to take down the turret. And DRX, they're still ahead by over 2,000 gold because they're just farming better than their opponents. Mostly Chovy, who's now dead, but still ahead by
yeah,
close
still
to
farming
20 CS.
And I think they did get a bunch of plates and, you know, miscellaneous stuff like the Rift Herald and stuff like that. So
Yep.
they've been able to stack up some gold there. But this is definitely a decent spot for Hamalife. I mean, they already have 2 of these Drakes. They were considering going for the Cloud as they are maneuvering for it right now with TPs coming in. The Binding is going to sail wide. And okay, they're not going to fully commit to this just yet, as DRX do want to potentially put a stop to the 3rd Drake coming down.
Yeah, Soul Point, something that they do not want to deal with, as Dudu without teleport is top lane. So it should be that DRX can just utilize their man advantage to take this one down, but top lane outer turret going to be traded back for. And monetarily, the gold is going to, the game is going to go in favor of Hanwha Life based on that. The Drake is still going to be taken. Arrow connects.
Is this, I mean...
Weird, just like throw out your ultimates.
Yeah, the only reason to do this is to try to buy time, I suppose, for Dudu to push in the top side.
Or to get a steal with the splash damage of the Ash Arrow, which I have seen work before.
Yeah.
You can't hit the objective, however, if you hit someone close to it, we'll still do the damage.
5-head.
Yep, there you go.
This is Jovi, I guess, just not respecting the exhaust. Should have known that the exhaust was there, it tells you in the chat. And even Pyosik getting a little bit too close to the sun, has to flash away, so they get a little bonus summoner on top of it, do Hamalife.
Ow. Okay, final spot, gonna miss Viper. Pyosik still just dancing around here. Viper very out of mana. And Deft, I really like how aggressively Deft plays Caitlyn. I always have, I think I mentioned this a while ago, and then he just didn't play the champion.
Yeah.
But his Caitlyn, very, very aggressive. He is going to be going for the Zeal build after Infinity Edge. Let's do down here. It is going to still be the Essence Reaver answer from the Ashe as well. It's exactly what Deft did when he won the matchup the other way around. So Viper in probably a decent position. As gold hasn't really changed too much. Slight advantage for Youngjae coming out of the jungle. But Pyosik not doing too badly. Still farming up a storm. Lilia can do anything. She can kill camps.
Yes.
So at least there's that.
Very good at farming. And, well, I'm blanking on the rest. But we'll see. We'll see what she can do here in this game. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I want to see how Pyosik does pilot this champion. And we'll see if we enter a little bit of a action drop, as I was calling it yesterday.
Action drop.
You know.
The Swirl Seed eventually finds a wall. Magical Journey gets Lehen's out of the way, so he doesn't need to worry about too much. So at least now, you know, the Madness passive has been picked up, so maybe Pyosik will do a little bit more damage. I want to know what else he's going to be doing. Whether he's going to go for the Rylai's as his 3rd item, or whether it will be something like the Zhonya's Hourglass, which can be more of that defensive choice. We've even seen people picking up Dead Man's Plate on the Lilia. Whoa. So she can book it around the map. Not exactly a huge win rate at the moment, but still, it's a thing you can do. See what Pyosik is going to choose. As Youngjae still having a fine time. Gonna take down the Rift Scuttler. Final Spark, for some reason, comes out. But it's on a pretty low cooldown, so no worries there. Cooldown. Okay. Lehen's gonna get caught out as Deft instantly gets McHale'd.
Yeah. Deft instantly gets McHale's.
So look, you got to try and stay on your toes, don't you? You don't know where the cleansing's coming from. Thankfully for this one, he doesn't have a QSS, so nor does he have cleanse, so it has to be Carrier.
Captain Jack McHale's.
Yeah.
By Carrier. Well done. And yeah, other than that, I mean, you can see that it's really, I don't know about that cannon, but it's really Hamalife that are the ones that are going to be looking to engage, right? They have some really decent engage in their comp. They have arrows, they have Tempered Fate, Wukong, and Galio need no introduction. Whereas on the other side of DRX, they just have a bunch of people that have a lot of range, and, you know, unless Akali's jumping into your backline, you're probably not going to be hard engaging.
Yep.
So we're just kind of seeing DRX sit back, try to scale up versus Hamalife, and enjoying their little bit of peace here in the middle of the game.
There's a lot of damage coming out of the carries here from DRX. Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge done for Chovy. Going for the full crit, no lifesteal. I'm doing as much damage as possible version of Lucian. It's actually a huge item spike. This is something we used to talk about all the time when Xayah would pick it up. As Dudu jumps in with his Nimbus Strike. Doesn't find Doran as he goes into the cloud. There's the culling. Youngjae pretty tanky though, as you can see, so it really just tickles. And there's the Liandry's. And Pioshik, watch out, eeps his way into the lane. Swirl Seed also comes out. You can see it on the minimap, I love that. As Lehens gets chunked, but he should be able to have some of his Coco that isn't actually Coco with this skin, which is unfortunate. Youngjae throws Shelly down in her natural habitat. I like it.
That's distracting, I suppose.
Yeah.
There's the engage, but Mikhail's again.
Yeah, Tempered Fate lands onto Pioshik as there's the final spark over 4 members as Doran dives into the backline. Lehens now out of the fight. Viper as well, and it's a 4v3. Carrier grabs the kill on the Olaf. Now Dudu's running away. Oh, Doran, that was so sexy. And over the wall with the ulti as well. Flash out from Viper as Mira's trying to Justice punch his way out of there. The taunt may be something he doesn't want to do because of these auto attacks coming out of Chovy. But thankfully, they at least keep 3 of them alive, but that fight was all DRX that whole time.
Yeah, lots of summoners blown in that one, but you could see how these two team compositions are going to butt heads in this game. It's going to be Hamalife trying to get the engage with Arrow and follow-up dive, whereas on the side of DRX, it's all about just kiting, disengaging, that's it. So the Arrow comes out here. It gets cleansed, actually, not Mikhail, so that's saved, and the taunt actually hits nobody. And so Mira's kind of like sitting here in this fight doing nothing. He taunts, and then he ults, and yes, it gives a little shield, but like 0 damage came out of him. Viper was in a little bit of an awkward spot, not really able to do consistent damage because he was zoned the entire time by Doran.
Yeah.
And even though they have great dive, and ways to get into the backline by Hamalife, if you just get kited and then also your Ashe is getting dove with 0 protection, you're not really going to have a fun time in these fights.
What was that tap? One hell of a love tap. Just walks up with his rapid fire cannon and shoots Viper for most of his health bar. That's real silly.
Only to get even stronger. Did go for the Infinity Edge, by the way. No Storm Razor here.
Yeah, we'll see whether he actually goes for the Storm Raider next. I believe it builds out of a Crit Cloak. It's been a while since I've built that item, to be perfectly honest. As Deft moving on over, clearing out some vision. And DRX, after that statement of a team fight, probably feeling a lot better when it comes to moving towards the later stage of the game. The Wombo combo team fight's certainly big for Hamalife. They do have Lehens there to set it up, so there is a lot that can go wrong for DRX, but if they play it out with Doran able to find such a good flank that can split up the fight, then it just means so much for DRX and what they can do. Because it requires, like Hamalife's team comp require. Oh, Carrier stop.
Nice.
Okay.
Needs that red buff for kiting the enemy team.
Indeed.
Very important.
As Viper, you can see now, is getting chunked because Liandry's makes Lilia into a champion.
Yeah. And you can be just really annoying. You just throw out a bunch of bowling balls and you're like, well, if this hits you and you're not a tanky, you're going to take a lot of damage, even if you are a bit tanky, because of course the Liandry's will take away a bunch of your percent.
Ooh, Carrier avoids the arrow. Doran once again. Decent flank opportunity. Chovy's over here. Dudu in trouble. There's the ulti out of Deft as well. Youngjae going to pick up that Swirl Seed for some reason, like he walked into it. And Hamalife now just going to back away. DRX using this comp so interestingly. They're not going for engagements. They're trying to get positional advantages and forcing Hanwha to split. And Deft in the meantime is just taking every bit of farm that he can possibly find. And they still just have leads in every single lane. It's over 50 for Chovy. And even Pioshik certainly able to out-farm the Olaf here, which was the choice into the Lilia. Sort of going for a bit of a farm off. Was able to get more done in the early game was Youngjae, but I think as this game goes on, it's going to feel better and better for DRX. As Pioshik's just Dariusing around, landing some Aatrox Qs, throwing some bowling balls.
Yeah, just farming it out. And DRX, it looks like they're trying to stack Cloud Drakes here. It's going to be a pretty fun Lux to play in this one. As, let's see.
레드 먹었다 내가.
I took the red.
Yeah.
That's what he said, as you guys may have guessed. And he didn't actually even see it. He just saw Viper was shooting it.
It's also 100% kill contribution on the Lux support at this point, which is it's nice to see. The Lux supports that we've had so far here in the LCK haven't really lived up to their pick priority that we have been seeing. Wow, Chovy is just gigantic. Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, Essence Reaver, already done. He does the most damage ever, has all of the farm in the universe, currently 50 CS ahead of the clock. I don't know what that CS per minute number is, but it's a big one. And from what I can see, it's just Deft that's farming everything. I don't even know where Chovy's getting all of these minions from.
Yeah, he's off there on the top side, just farming it out in the
Thanks,
solo
Jonas
lane.
Strong.
And he doesn't have TP or anything like that, but he's able to get to the fights when he needs to be. As here comes the poke once again.
Peacemaker doesn't connect. Hen's picking up some chimes where he can find them, being very noisy while he does it. Is now Chovy going aggressive, but isn't going to be able to find any damage onto the Galio, who's thankfully 400 more life. Relatively tanky. That's a face check, as Mikhail's has to be used onto Pyoshik. Love the Mikhail's pickup, assuming that Carrier's positioning is going to be good, because it means that anyone can sort of tank the arrow. As Dudu goes in, Flash Cyclone is going to land. Pyoshik finds some distance, as now Chovy culling off to the side. Exhaust goes through though, and Deft is caught out. Now Chovy could be in trouble. Tries to dash into the Tempered Fate, but he can't do it now. Doran, it's his job to finish this one off. Ash is going to go down first. Carrier trying to desperately to keep the Akali alive, as now the health bar is so low. Pyoshik dashing on in. He gets his passive on everyone. They've got low health bars. The Akali grabs another kill. Shuriken backflip. Dudu going to go down. Now it's the snare that's going to land. And no! The Zhonya's is going to do it. Carrier, does he have the damage? And I just don't think the answer is going to be yes, as Miru's able to wander this one around. But the Yakety Sacks certainly have been queued, as that is one hell of a light binding as well. The shield comes in, beam slap, not enough goes. He has still had his damn stopwatch in the end, as Lehens is going to survive, as is Miru, but they're not going to be able to do the dragon. So I guess DRX can take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's a nice little team fight we had there, all over the place. As Dudu, he just throws caution to the wind. He's like, let's do it. I don't care.
Dudu Dunga.
Let me get in there. Dudu Dunga gets in, and you know, he's not really the one that gets it done. It's the binding onto Deft that is massive. That is really the big play. So Lehens comes in huge, immediately takes a huge chunk of their damage out of the fight right from the get-go. Doran, he has a massive opening. This is an Akali's dream, where the fight is really broken up and everybody's kind of low health. And you can see Pyoshik gets in there, essentially sacrificing himself, because he knows he's really squishy, but he's like, if I can get a huge amount of passive damage and just ticking damage onto everybody here, I can potentially help Doran just kill the entire team. Doesn't really work out that way, as I liked the way that Miru played it as well. He was just understanding that with no mana, Carrier really couldn't do much. As well, here we go.
Got another fight. Doran going to be able to get the assassination on the Ash. 5-point strike as well, doing a fair bit of damage, as we've got the swirl seeds flying on through. It's a great cosmic binding, but you'd expect that one as they take the magical journey. Oh, Deft is alive this time, guys, and this is real dangerous. Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Lehens. As that was all from Doran, starting the whole fight up right in front of 4 people, assassinates the Ash, and then doesn't die.
Yeah. The guy's Akali is pretty good, and you guys may have checked for yourselves, but he hasn't actually played a game of Akali here in summer.
Yeah, not this season.
Yeah, not even a single one. I mean, he's obviously played it in the past. He's definitely a fantastic Akali, but it took up until this game, towards the second to last week of the LCK Summer regular season, to pull it out, and he's having a massive game on this one. As it's really interesting to see the timings that he picks to go in, or just little pickoffs like this. As Viper, that's just really unfortunate for him. Looks like the first 5-point strike missed, and then just able to get a huge amount of healing and follow that one up. DRX's comp just really, really good at either chasing or running away. And this time they were able to chase down even Lehens through the entire jungle.
Yeah.
Down he goes, and just more value for this team.
And that was actually the Lilia ult that came through to make sure that he wasn't able to get out. So well played to Pioshik to make sure that they gathered that pickoff. Dudu going to be discovered by the Ardent Blaze. Chovy has every buff possible, apart from Elder. And yeah, DRX just playing hyper-aggressive and taking as much as possible from every advantage that they've gathered. And still, I mean, this composition isn't necessarily easy, right? They've got a lot of squishy members, don't have any frontline. They have to play a lot of the smoke and mirrors style in order to make this one work. However, they have so much damage. And assuming Deft can stay in a better position for upcoming team fights, things will definitely look much better than they did around the Dragon Pit.
And because Doran is really seeming to be the carry as... Okay,
that's a goal.
Wide.
Tempered Fate, and Deft is going to get caught. Yongjae, Piercing Light is going to come in as Deft is kept alive by all of the shields and heals. Yongjae now in trouble. The culling flies over. Chovy getting decent value, but Magical Journey gets them out of the way. Dudu, that was not the decoy. And that's a very dead monkey. As Carrier finds the live binding. There's the ulti, and Chovy grabs it with a double tap. He's been watching Zombieland, certainly taking note. And DRX now going to take down the inner turret. Inhibitor turret going to suffer the same fate. And DRX, I don't know what it is with this composition, but they're making it look easy with an 8,000 gold lead now up against Home Alive.
Yeah, just so many different ways to...
All right, it's a big taunt onto 3. Chovy immediately cleanses it and looks to try and kill the Hens. He will go down as the heroic entrance will put Miru in a very unfortunate position. Carrier grabs that kill now. Viper will hop onto the fountain, does take down Chovy there, but that is going to be the watch out Eep that grabs the kill onto the Ashe. And this will be the end of the game. Nexus goes down, and Lilia will have a 100% win rate here in the LCK.
Wow, DRX, you did it. You made Lilia work, and certainly was fun to watch in the early game, doing all the farming that he could. But at the end of the day...
Do you give player of the game
yeah, I'm
Carrier
about
or
this.
Doran?
It's
so
either Carrier
hard.
or Doran, and I'm trying to think about it now.
I mean, you are Carrier super fan.
Yeah, but you know, I want to be fair. I want to give it to whoever deserves it the most. I think that Carrier did a really good job of keeping Deft alive, because the main target of Hanwha Life was killing Deft. There were so many Tempered Fates, arrows, all this stuff that was thrown at him, just trying to take him out, and the shields, the heals, the Mikhails, everything to get him out of danger was good. But Doran was really the one that was getting into the back lines and doing insane amounts of work, just pretty much, I would imagine he did the most damage on his team.
He won most of the fights.
Akali.
I actually think that Chovy must have done the most damage, but most of it was just thrown into a gargoyle over and over again. I think Doran's performance was brilliant.
Effective damage.
The zone out in that dragon fight, getting out Lehens and Viper, meant that they won that team fight. Killing Viper and then escaping with his life somehow meant that they won another fight. And I think the Akali was absolutely pivotal. If they didn't have the Akali, like, creating the chaos, then their comp just straight up would have fallen on its face.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's definitely not the normal standard comp that we see nowadays in the LCK. But DRX is one of the teams that will kind of experiment. I mean, it's definitely something that they've...
I mean, it's CB Max, of course.
Yeah, it's something that they've definitely tried in scrims, and it's worked. And they bring it out here up against Hanwha Life, and it's definitely a very flashy kind of team comp, you know? 0 tanks, you have a lot of damage, and it requires some really on-point mechanics, which, as we mentioned, this is what DRX is known for.
Yeah, they've got mechanics, and their agricultural prowess is through the roof. These guys farm like you would not believe.
True.
And they just make more money than a lot of other teams. So I feel like they are able to take a few extra risks just because their fundamentals are so incredibly good. It's just sometimes the whole plan comes together in a bit of a mess when it comes to some of the compositions. Maybe they overthink and come up with stuff that might be just a little bit too genius. But I tell you what, it
It's
was
happened before.
super fun to watch.
I still remember Lucian Funnel from Griffin way back in the day.
Yeah.
A couple years ago.
It's time to go to a break. We don't want to talk about Lucian Funnel. We'll see you in a bit.
갈리오가 자 코스가 갈리오가 근데 캐니언이 위치가 좋긴 합니다. 캐니언 위치 한번 제대로 와 여기 공동묘지를 만들었어요. 캐니언이 라스까지 진짜 다원 요 짜리가 진짜 대박이었고요. 와 전술 보세요. 다 쓸어담고 에이스.
이릿 미스틱이 잡혔죠?
네, 이거 지금 날개 펼쳤었거든요. 아프리카 프릭스가.
지금은 펼칠 때가 아니었던 것 같은데요?
근데
구도가
여기
어디
어디야?
갔어요?
여기 어디야? 네. 신비한 점. 그렇죠. 근데 아프리카 또 기인이 돌리면서 짜잔! 기인 근데 그 다음
한번 더 돌리는데 한번 더 돌릴 수 있어요?
플라이도 들어가고 그러면 대박. 아프리카 프릭스도 진짜
결국 여기서 역으로 실패합니다.
나오는 건 아닌데. 그러면서
근데 진영을 올렸습니다. 다시 한번 건드려. 그런데 뒤쪽으로 6회 탈출을
아니 지금
못합니다.
하나 생명 제 뭔가요? 미리 만들어줬어요. 그런 느낌도 들긴 하는데.
미르가 또 한 번 돌립니다. 이거 6회를 또 한 번 돌려요. 뒤쪽에
아니,
드리블
이게-
필요 없지.
아니 이게
아 영미.
아니 둘이 그냥 한 몸이에요. 엄지발가락을 들이댔는데 그게 안 먹혔습니다. 그리고 죽었고 이러면 도란이 춤을 추고 있고요. 이러면 너무 아프거든요. 다 쓸렸습니다. 에이스.
DRX.
간다. 일단 잡았겠죠. 잡았죠. 캐로 갈 수 있나요? 이거 그런데 여기가 문제.
이게 최대한 빠지면서 최대한 빠져야 됩니다.
그렇지. 더블킬.
오공궁 대박각이었어요. 그렇죠.
그러면서
귀가 허전한데요.
카밀이 왔습니다. 내려오는 거죠.
이거 영향을 이렇게 미치는군요.
어떡하죠? 세종이가 왔는데 세종이가 왔는데 이거 뭐 어떻게 해줄게. 그러면 친구라도 불러서 피오라 불러서 피오라가 여기서 킬을 먹으면
다 쏟아부면.
그래도 막을게. 그래도 이거 좀 피오라가 킬 먹어야 돼요. 이거 어떻게든
상동아 바텀 디테일가 봐봐. 상동아 타줄래? 깨줄래? 어떻게?
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back everybody to the analyst test of the second match of Friday night. It was DRX versus Hana Life Esports. DRX picked up a win in game 1 and we had the first Lilia game in the LCK. Yes, finally. It was a very entertaining game, but I'm not really sure why they picked Lilia. I mean, we can tell the DRX, they have been preparing this pick for a long time, but they let Hana Life Esports to get their favorite picks such as Galio and Wukong. DRX wanted to focus on their lane priority, and Hana Life Esports was able to get their favorite picks. But at the same time, they had a very powerful comp for the early skirmishes, but with the Kira's super play and also Doran's incredible assassination, DRX was able to pick up a win for game 1.
디귿탑은 무조건 한 곳은 이기거든요. 그래서 그런 단단하게 준비했고.
So Hana Life Esports, they were always wanting to get this Galio pick, so DRX was ready to counter it with the Lucian pick in the mid lane. Because we had the first Lilia game in the LCK, let's take a look at their pathing. So she started at the Raptor camp, skipping the above camp, and then she went to the second Raptor camp. This is because Hyosik had this idea and information about Olaf's jungling path. So Lilia was utilizing and min-maxing all the impossible win points over here in the jungle compared to the Olaf. They had the full idea of Olaf's potential jungle path. However, the differential between EXP in terms of Lilia and Olaf was not that big. But this is where those two players go for a different choice. So Lilia was looking for a counter jungling, but Olaf was now rotating to the lanes, looking for some possible ganks. However, Lucian had such a high lane priority all throughout the early game. Lilia was really roaming around the enemy jungle. He started on his, or rather she started on her Raptor camp and then counter jungle the enemy Raptor camp, and he, with her relatively fast clear speed, she was able to pick up all the camp on the side of red side as well. Doran was really smart and intelligent over here. Two of the solo laners on the side of Hana Life Esports used their TP for that Dragon Try. And Hana Life Esports, they had to rotate some of their players for the side lanes. So Doran, instead of going for the top lane, because they had the information that Hana Life Esports, they are all focused on that dragon, he was hiding in a very sneaky position. So the damage coming out from level 16 Akali was so big. And Akali also had some tenacity, so she was able to escape this upcoming chain CC. So this was a very smart performance coming out from Doran. They had 3 camps available on the left hand side of the jungle, and also a lot of Hana Life Esports lanes are actually having a huge minion waves coming in, so they had to have a better decision with their rotation. It's time to check the player of the game, but Juan thinks that it's definitely not Lilia, and he was right. It was Kyria on Lux. Caitlyn and Lux is about the strong laning phase, but they did also a little bit sacrifice for Lilia. This was an even trade with that super support coming from Kyria on the bottom side. And these days, it's really hard to see Lux popping off like this, but, well, I mean, his skill usage and also his usage of the active items was also on point. When Kyria was the academy player, he had a very high win rate on this pick as well, so a lot of people were expecting to see this Lux support coming in from DRX. Doran and Kyria was the best players here in this game on the side of DRX. With their strong lane priority, Lilia was able to freely have the jungle pathing that she wanted. Because Pon said he thought that Doran and Lux was the best players, we can tell why we saw the split votes over to the top side as well. Now let's move on to game number 2, DRX versus Hana Life Esports.
Thank you so much for the translation of the analyst desk there, G-Sun. And look, you weren't alone, Valdez.
Yeah,
but I think it was definitely a well-deserved player of the game with it being distributed the way it was. Still
It was
think
going to be
Doran
one of the two.
Yeah, he deserved a look in, and I think Quan was right when he said that it's going to go to one of those guys, and it doesn't really matter either way.
Yeah, the thing is, the highlights they showed were nice. Like the Qs out of the Lux were really good, but I feel like he really got a lot of his value by positioning and his supportive plays, right? They showed that big shield at the end, but he also had like 3 or 4 other fights where he was getting massive value with his supportive abilities, items, his McHale's, the Captain Jack McHale's, we all remember that. He saved Caitlyn multiple times, and so he was like the defensive option for PNG, right? Whereas Doran was more of the like offensive, jumping out of the back line, getting kills kind of option. So the two of them together, their powers combined, they made it work, and they did pick up this win for DRX, and now we're going into game number 2.
See what Hammerlife can do with the blue side. See how things change as far as their bans are concerned. They had an interesting ban last on the red side, which was the Morgana. As DRX now on the red side, going to ban the Galio. Just don't want to deal with it. And it's going to be Karma and Zoe. Interesting. There's going to be a lot left up. Here, Valdez. Lux.
Lux ban by DRX is definitely... I'm not sure what to think of that, because you only have 1 slot left for Volibear. Would imagine that you want to ban it away here.
Yeah, Volibear could be banned. I mean, they banned Renekton, Set, and Pantheon, and DRX have banned none of those champions this time around, so one of them's getting through. I would recommend a Volibear ban.
Yeah, Youngjae plays Volibear as well. Shows that he's really comfortable on that pick, so I think if you leave it up, he's absolutely going to play it. The Camille is going to be banned, which is quite interesting. They saw the power of Dudu maybe, and they're like, well, let's focus one ban up towards him. But it comes out really early in the ban phase, which surprises me. But either way, they must have a reason for it as Volibear makes his way through, and Lilia's back again.
Okay, I guess they think this is good. It wasn't just for a bit of fun. See whether Pyoshik is going to have a better time this time around. He sort of seemed like a passenger throughout the majority of the game, but maybe this one's going to rest a bit more firmly on his shoulders. Ashe going to be locked in here as we're thinking about a Jace for Dudu. Certainly provides a lot of issues, especially with the Lucian being banned away. Not a lot to easily pick into the Jace. As we have seen a few things like the Renekton, but we're not necessarily wanting to set up for early ganks, are we? Because we've got Lilia here, who does do some stuff, but doesn't really have CC in her kit until she gets to level 6. As that's the Bard, so we're gone for the Ultra lane for DRX on the bottom side.
Yeah. Lots of damage and poke down in that side. Curious to see what Hammerlife are going to go with for their support. I feel like this bottom lane is developing really quickly in this meta. We're seeing, trying to one-up each other and answers to Caitlyn as she came in, and how do we deal with Ashe Pantheon? How do we deal with Bard down on the bottom side? Stuff like that. So you can see that DRX are actually going to focus one of their bans onto Morgana. I don't think they'll throw another one down to the bottom side. I think they just... Oh, actually they will. Okay.
Yeah,
Resh going to be taken away.
Will help out the Ashe positioning. So not going to be allowed in. Hammerlife, one more ban. Could be the Akali. Just to make sure that Doran is off as much comfort as possible. And then we may witness the R4 Renekton. But Renekton's going to be banned, so they don't want to see it.
Yeah. Renekton, I think...
It's one of the only options into the Jace, actually. If you think about it, because Jace just has such an oppressive laning phase, and you're not just going to straight up lose it.
Yeah.
As that's a set. That's going into a lane. Chovy, of course, has played the most of it. But Doran has had some pop-off performances on the set also. I think Wukong could have been a choice into the Jace also, but we're not going to see that one banned, so it could just be last pick by Doran if he would like to.
Yeah, they're waiting and they're going to save...
Janash?
What? Janash!
It's Janash.
Wow.
All right, Janna going to be locked in. As Lehens trying yet another pick here. We have seen a few Jannas hanging around as Silas will be locked in here. So, Silas most likely for Miru in the mid lane. And what are we going to see? Is it going to be the set mid or the set top? As we still don't know if the Akali is going to be locked in. Could, of course, be absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I would imagine they would want to pick something that can deal with the Jace. And it is going to be Akali. So Doran just says, well, I can lane into pretty much anything. Did a good job against the Wukong in game number 1, so willing to give him another shot here as he, again, had nearly the POC performance in game number 1, so they're going to let him run it back. And yeah, there you have it. There is the comp. Mir goes on to the Silas, which, let me just check once again. Yeah, it's his second most played after Galio, so definitely a bit of a comfort pick for him.
Yep. Lilia, another one of those champions that has an ultimate that isn't very good if it's stolen by Silas, because he has no way of getting her passive onto anyone, so no one's going to be falling asleep. It's a difficult one to make work. Not sure how the interaction actually works with Hijack, but I could imagine it just wouldn't be very good.
I also don't think it's going to have a great laning phase against Chovy's set. We saw earlier this same matchup, and the Silas was, you know, it did eventually get the win. UCal did pick it up, but it didn't look like a very fun laning phase, I'll just say that. And especially with Chovy piloting it, I'm curious to see how he will handle the lane.
Yeah.
Here we go, Lilia again. As a very similar kind of comp comes out here from the side of DRX, except this time, instead of everybody having range, we do have Set there to, you know, mix it up into the backside.
Yeah, Set can act as some sort of front line, so I think it actually might seem like a more rounded comp coming out from DRX this time around.
Yeah.
However, Harmful Life will know exactly what the weather is, because they've got Janna. It's been just so long since I've cast a Janna game. I miss her, you know?
Do you know her ability names?
She's got Tornado.
Yeah.
She's got Zephyr, which is the little slowy thing.
That's the W thingy?
Yep, the W thingy. She's got Eye of the Storm.
Is that the name of the shield?
That's the name of the shield.
How do you even...
And she has Monsoon, which is her ultimate.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah, you can quiz me on old champions. It's just the new ones that I can't figure out.
That was an incredible performance by you.
Thank you. I believe her passive's called Tailwind.
Yes.
If I get extra points.
I believe so.
If it still is. I mean, maybe it's been changed. I don't know.
It's going to be a very pokey kind of Janna rune page here.
I wonder if this is Zephyr Max Janna. Because, of course, you do get a whole lot of comet value if you slow your target with the ability. You don't miss it very often either, because it's targeted.
True.
So that's certainly...
Sometimes you can, depending on the enemy and what he does.
That's true.
But it is very rare.
You can miss it if they decide they need to stopwatch a Zephyr shot.
Yeah, or it's like Camille. She's going to Hextech Ultimatum or something. Well, now we know that the Tornado does not get rid of the hot cocos.
Which it probably should, honestly. I've seen Twister, and often they have the coffee cups. They shake off the table.
Yeah, rattling and the...
Yeah. That's how that one goes. Helen Hunt, one of her better performances. Really like that film. It's an old one. Very, very old.
Who's
Showing
Helen
my
Hunt?
age. Helen Hunt is the actress that is in Twister.
Yeah.
Okay. Chovy. He's seeing what he can do. Bone plating going to be procced. That's the best news there. 1-0. LCK total, by the way. As Pioshik is going to be discovered on his Krug camp.
Yeah. This time he's not invading and getting into the enemy Krug camp, which is available. Just playing it normally. Going to start on his side, the red side, go back, pick up the machete, go down to the bottom side.
Oh, Mirror's face broken a little. So Chovy's not going to be abducted today. Deft in a whole host of trouble. But Viper not going to press the advantage.
Where
are they going to have an opportunity to wait this one out? Yep, Coco's going to be just eaten up here by Deft. And Mirror's struggling against the set mid extraordinaire. which is Chovy. Youngjae going to come through and try and help him out as Chovy throws down the Ghost. And the cops are not going to be able to find the set, who's just going to walk in and finds the Haymaker. So much damage. Wants the flash for the kill, but doesn't get it.
You see how Mirror throws chains backwards just in case Chovy flashed over? That was actually a really cool mind game by Miru that, you know, it didn't work out because Chovy didn't go for it, so it looks silly. But if he did, that would have been the interruption that he needed to potentially save Youngjae's life.
Whoa, that's the flash in from Carrier. As Lahen's immediately going to flash out. Pyoshik down towards the bottom side. He gets exhausted, but there's the first blood. And watch out, Eep is exactly what you should do when that one's coming down. Hits the sweet spot and grabs the kill, exhaust or no exhaust.
Yeah, nice little gank there. Makes his way down towards the bottom side. Carrier, of course, Bard extraordinaire. Brad the Chad is able to hit everything, and you saw that Lahen's immediately. The second that play happens, he's like, okay, I know I'm getting yanked. Let me just try to flash away. Unfortunately, not able to survive that time around. But nice little start for DRX down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I'm having a look at, oh, okay, Chovy gonna find another face breaker onto Miru. And Chovy just feels like an immovable object here in this lane, but Miru is, to his credit, doing a decent job keeping up the farm at least. Chovy not having to worry about that manner. As we have a look at this one more time from some cool angles, Carrier just flashing in, grabbing the Cosmic Binding.
Flash the trap as well, so. Boop, boop. Yeah, nicely done.
I feel like Lilia just does a whole lot of spinning around. And that's sort of like what her kit is. She just spins around and then eventually she'll find that boop. And that's the one that you really have to watch out for. Maybe we won't call it watch out Eve. We're just going to call it boop from now on.
Yeah,
we could ask the collective. What do we feel about the boop?
It's a bonk.
Yeah,
right?
Well, the collective definitely thinks it's either a boop or a bonk.
Bonk is kind of like the new age thing.
All right.
A boop, or you could say a bop, right? You bop them on the head.
That's true, you could bop them. Did you ever play with them sock 'em boppers? It was a toy. I never had one. I never really knew what they did. You sort of like played rhythm games on them. It was weird.
I think I only... Oh, you're talking about Bop It.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Bop It. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Sock 'em boppers was a thing too. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Sock 'em boppers was like, you know, I only saw like commercials for it when I was really young.
Right, me too.
I never really, we didn't have it, so I don't really know. It might have been like those like toy boxers that fought, or it might have been like fake boxing gloves or something like that. I don't know. I feel like I'm a bit of a boomer not knowing this, but
maybe you're an anti-boomer.
Maybe I'm an anti-boomer actually.
Pyoshik coming for another gank. Dragon going to be taken here as Pyoshik still with his sweeper is going to be able to grab that ward. Miru not going to be caught unawares this time. Summer Life do have a slight advantage. I think a lot of it coming from the top side, as Dudu is very close to having a 30 CS lead against Doran.
And the Janna in this comp is really interesting because you can see that it makes the Ashe lane pretty strong. It's really annoying with the poke. Obviously, we talked about the poke runes as may have to hold that thought here.
Yep, Deft going to try and eat some Coco, but isn't able to, and the Bard just dies.
Yeah.
Absolutely no option there whatsoever. Headshot barely even does anything. As this policeman obviously remembered to wear his helmet. Deft's still going to be walking up to the lane. Youngjae might actually just do a loop around and find that one out as Pyoshik discovered on his red buff. And the Polar Bear going to go home.
Yeah, but the Janna, it's definitely great for setting up ganks like that. The CC is relatively reliable, but also up against Akali and Set, I think can have a lot of value later on in the game. So it was a really intelligent pick by Lahen's. You see, alongside Volibear, probably didn't need CC for that kind of kill, as it just looked like DRX were caught totally unawares and did not back off the turret. Carrier with no exhaust, no flash, so he was about as dead as it gets. And they were able to easily capitalize on that kill as Humble Life actually took the lead in this game. They've also got that Infernal Drake, so nice little start for them.
Yeah, things really going well. As Doran getting chunked out as we expected. Oh, Dudu thinking about going for a bit of a tower dive, but takes a couple of turret shots. Doran still 20 CS behind. He's going to go back home. Should be Seeker's arm guard complete. But instead, he's going to try and catch that minion wave first. We'll see how dangerous that is as Miro steals away the showstopper. And will walk on out. Gets his face broken for it, but I think he's going to be all right. As Voodoo coming on in. Power Shock Blast misses. And it seems like Harmor Life have some Shelly thoughts as opposed to anything else. Chovy's still manning the mid lane just fine. As Miro moved into turret range there, actually. Definitely good work here by Chovy. Sort of like the one saving grace, although he is still very even on farm.
There's also Lilia. Don't
That's
forget
true.
about her Atlas.
Lilia exists. She has 2 camps a lead over the Volley Bear. But remember, there's a Volley Bear, and he's really strong. Valdez?
Well, he builds a lot of health, which makes Lilia happy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how this Lilia is going to look in this game compared to game 1. Hopefully has a little bit more value in this one because everything else is going down the drain for DRX here. Harmor Life really pushing their advantage. The top lane is getting bopped by Dudu over Doran. We kind of expected this a little bit, which is why in the draft we were like, okay, I mean, Doran's good at the champion, but it's not an easy lane. You can see the effects, the results of that up in the top side. And other than that, a lot of objectives just going the way of Harmor Life. They're able to go even or ahead in the other lanes.
Well, Tempered Fate is going to land. Kyoshik makes his way in immediately. There's an arrow, but yeah, there's still a bottom lane. And Death is going to be able to grab that kill very easily. Kyoshik denied an assist, though. So there we are. That's what they can say that they gathered for that one. Lehen's holding onto the flash, knew that he was dead. Regardless, an intelligent decision.
And that's the thing. We've seen this duo in the bottom side before, but for some reason it felt like the Bards were just having so much trouble hitting their Tempered Fates. But if you do it and it's on a squishy champion and you have Caitlyn to put a trap down right underneath, you're going to get an insane amount of burst damage from not only the Caitlyn, but even the Bard with Q auto to get in there. And you can see that Janna just had no chance. Immediately gets put in the grave. Not level 6, as he was behind on XP.
Yeah. A little bit like being force-fed cupcakes. Which can't be good. I mean, it sounds good, but
maybe it's good for like the
actually
first couple, but then you're like, okay,
yeah.
This is not very enjoyable anymore.
Nope. Actually happened to my uncle because he snuck into the kitchen and ate ice cream. My grandmother told him that he had to actually he had to eat an entire carton of ice cream. And since that day, he never ate ice cream ever again. Literally never ate it ever again. Because it disgusted him so much because he was so sick.
I see.
Yeah. Come to think of it,
Must be an
sounds
Australian
a little bit
thing.
like torture, to be honest.
I don't know. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean, this was like 50 years ago. I guess tactics are different when
Depends
it comes
on
to
how
parenting.
large the carton was, I guess.
Yeah. It was like a good liter or two of ice cream.
Sounds like a lot of ice cream.
Yeah. He had eclectic taste, but he ate a lot of peanut butter. Not a lot of anything else.
We're learning a lot about your uncle here on the broadcast.
There we go.
Yeah.
Shout out. My Uncle Richard. Okay. Back to the game. Chovy cleaning up a minion wave. He's slightly behind for the first time in what feels like forever, to be honest.
Yeah. It's just a little mini lead. Not really the hugest steal. His build is obviously going to be... wow. Yeah, that's not very fun. Oh, man. He had
Monsoon.
This is just sadness for the Janna.
Arrow flashed. In goes Yongjae. Flash forward from Lehens. He wants immediate revenge as Deft doesn't make it to the Tempered Fate. And now Carrier underneath his turret, trying to see what he can do as Kyoshik's moving on down here. And the Seed, not going to find anyone. Harmor Life. They're leaving out the kill score, but they are still well and truly ahead. All of these CS numbers, it's like the opposite. It's like game 1 all over again, but this time it's Harmor Life that are coming out on top in these lanes.
Blue side too strong.
Yeah, that must be what it is.
And remember, guys, I mean, this is a couple of ganks that are really headed by Volibear, right? It's Volibear's just, he's so efficient, and it's so easy to gank with him, right? He's super fast, he runs at you, as Chovy might be looking for the solo kill here.
Yep, Haymaker comes in, he does have flash, but he's not gonna use it, as there's the swirly Seed. And Chovy comes down, grabs that kill, tanks up the turret a couple of times, and even able to move out of the way of Lehens. Pyosik just utilizes the watch out in order to get himself out of the way. I just don't think I'll say the eep. And,
watch out.
Then he'll use the watch out.
Just call it the boop.
Yeah, maybe.
Or the bonk.
The bop.
Or the bop. Yeah.
The sock and boppers.
Read,
and then we're going to have that conversation again.
Yeah. So, again, taking a look at the kill, you can see that Keria, he gets into an awkward spot, and he actually sets up his own magical journey to give the very easy gank path to Youngjae. And that's actually part of the reason why it was such an easy gank. I mean, Dev didn't have flash either. And again, it's so easy to gank with the Volibear, especially when you get that free little magical journey in there. And remember, they banned Lux instead of Volibear, so
yeah,
this is something that DRX could have avoided, especially when Youngjae is a player that loves Volibear, as every jungler in the LCK does. But either way, they've decided they want to fight against it. They want to find a way to defeat it. Maybe it's even practice for them. Who knows? Maybe CV Max was like, no, you guys don't get to ban it. we're not in their comms. We're not 100% sure.
I feel like sometimes CV Max does just use LCK games as scrims. I feel like it just does happen. I don't know. I mean, why not? I mean, maybe trying to get to first place?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, that might be a good reason. True. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Might be important.
Youngjae,
he's going to just flash on in. Finds the ultimate as well. Kerry's going to magically journey away. Viper taking so much damage there from Deft, who gets interrupted out of the ace in the hole. And now you've got Nakali there fighting against Miru, but there's just so much damage that's been done onto DRX here. It's a one-man Tempered Fate. Monsoon comes in. Dudu going to get healed up just a little by the end of it as the Empowered Shock Blast lands onto Deft, and he's done. He's out of this fight. And thankfully for DRX, the Mountain Drake is still a minute and a half away. And Chovy's top lane, by the way. He's that's what he wants to do. More of a damage build coming up from Chovy as well. Blade of the Ruin King first.
Yeah.
For the set. So he's going to be doing some damage. I find it interesting. I feel like this is the game where he really wanted to be tank set. And he's decided he wants to go damage. So, I don't know. I like it. It's fun.
It's interesting. I mean, Chovy had to delay his build there a little bit with the Executioner's calling, but other than that, is, well, hence, Janna doesn't have much health, guys. In case you guys forgot, she is extremely squishy. It's like a little gust of wind. And it's interesting, this jungle matchup. You know, we were talking about the Volibear, you know, non-ban and then pick, which is, of course, very noticeable. But Pyosik is getting really fed. He's actually doing a decent amount of damage here, as Youngjae just doesn't care. He's playing Volibear. He's like, I'm going to go in. That's just what Volibear does. And nice knock up there on Adept. Otherwise, they might have had to block the ace in the hole for him. As I love the way that DRX, they love to play on a knife's edge. They're like, maybe we can eke out a tiny little bit of value by chasing them, even though we're all really low health because we have the range advantage. But, you know, it can be risky. That time around, they did not die to the Jace, although it was close, as Dudu, by far, has the most gold in this game.
The Jace is just huge this time around. As, wow. Somehow the Seed didn't actually find a target. Bowling ball, obviously, playing without the bumpers. And DRX, they are parking themselves around this Mountain Drake. Would like to be able to take this one away as the rest of Hummer Life. They shove this lane in. As the teleport comes through from Doran. He does have a flanking angle. Sets towards the bottom lane. Hummer Life looking to take down this one, and Pyosik says thanks for the leash. Youngjae, now knowing that the smite is on cooldown, decides that he wants to start this one up, as that's a two-man Tempered Fate. The rest of DRX all go in as the Showstopper lands onto three members. It's gigantic from Chovy, taking matters into his own hands. It's a double kill for Doran, but there are a couple that have come through for Hummer Life. Hens trying to run away. Miru still at full health, but they lost their Ashe and they lost their Volibear, and the big old Jace has also been destroyed. DRX find themselves a miracle team fight. And they also take themselves the Drake.
That was a massive engage by Chovy. Oh man, had the perfect angle, waited for the time when they were all bunched up and they all got into that pit and took huge advantage of it, was able to plop down and get a massive haymaker. as we are going to see in just a moment just how much value he was able to get. Doran on cleanup duty, as the Akali often is. Nice setup here by Keria. Youngjae isolated, but then look at this. Oh man, Set loves.
Oh my.
He loves Volibear, by the way, guys. And look at that massive haymaker damage. Chovy softens everybody up, and then it's just the Doran and Depth show. Able to get on in there, but it was really Keria and Chovy, essentially, with this massive play that allows them to win that team fight. So, huge plays there by DRX, something we have become accustomed to. And it is able to get them out of a sticky situation. Now they've evened up the golds. They have a Mountain Drake on top of everything, which is going to be nice, especially for the amount of armor they're building on the top side, and MR actually on the bottom side to deal with the Sylas. So, already some nice percentage stacking happening here for DRX.
Yep. Pyosik going to be able to grab himself Shirley. Also, his Tempered Fate is going to be flashed from Viper. He'll take that trade every day of the week. As Keria says, thank you very much. He's going to go back home. Deft has a lot of very cool capes. He hasn't obviously watched The Incredibles, where you are recommended to not wear capes in case you're going to be flying around aeroplanes. Things like that.
Yeah. I did see Wadid one time wearing his jacket like a cape, though, and it looked pretty cool, so...
Oh, okay.
I'm a fan.
Maybe that's what it is. Deft saw that as well. And he was like, Wadid, I want to look doubly as cool.
Yeah.
So he'll wear 2 capes. Deft. Okay, he's going to get Tempered Fated. Miru stole that one away. Is the flash out. Deft is going to survive for the moment. Doran dashing around the backside as Chovy once again finds the angle. Facebreaker onto 3 members. The damage is massive from this damage-dealing Set. Lilia grabbing a double kill. Set finally picks up a well-deserved one as the Polar Bear's desperately trying to escape. But look at this burly gentleman. He's terrifying as Youngjae, he's running for the hills. But this Crab Rave. Jovi's like, what am I doing? Does find the Q eventually. Will the minions be enough? And it is in fact going to be the execution.
There you go.
Well played. Wasting some money there. However, in the meantime, DRX have raised the mid outer turret, and Shirley will get to work on the inner also as they're going to go for a reset. And Pyosik continues to smash through the jungle. Currently, 50 CS in the lead, and just showing that Lilia loves to farm.
It's got a place. It's an interesting champion, but you can't really blame Hamalite for going in on this. I mean, it's the perfect setup right onto their AD carry, right? How does Deft not die? Okay? Cleanse Flash, he's able to barely get out of there. It really pulls Hamalite out of position, which is exactly what Akali and Set want, as Chovy is just going to break your face and make some hay. And, oh man, Chovy finally putting on a performance that deserves that POG vote.
Yeah.
It's not even a meme anymore. Definitely going to write that one down.
Oh no, Keria just stole the Rift Scott logo.
Oh, well,
okay. Well, get that vote out.
Actually, I was going to vote for Def for baiting them all, but... No, but yeah, Chovy is having an amazing game here on the mid set, and there's a reason why most teams just don't let him have it. I mean, DRX banned it out in game number 1, as they didn't want to first pick it, but... it was left available. Chovy's like, well, don't mind if I do.
Yeah, and showing that, you know, you can give up the Volibear if there's something else that you want that you feel is just as valuable. Sometimes for our friend CVMax, that is not necessarily what we'd expect. But this time around, certainly making the right call. And I like that they have a different idea of what's supposed to work. It gets a bit stale if every team has the same plan. DRX definitely playing from a different playbook, but it works, right? And if it ain't broke, by all means, do not fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, Arrow is going to connect onto Pyosik, but there is Mikhail's. So Keria just going to get the Bambi out of it.
Yeah, Mikhail's extremely high value against this Nash, of course.
Not the greatest of Tempered Fates there from Keria.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. That was from downtown. I was actually surprised he went for it.
Okay. Youngjae looking for Pyosik, but he's just going to get chunked. My god, the damage is huge as Haymaker comes in. Showstopper. Double Showstoppers as Chovy is going to find Miru. But you can see Doran, he's dashing around the backline. Pyosik as well, just slicing through them. The dot damage is actually pretty huge from this Lilia. It's nutty. As he's even going to be able to take down the Drake. Dudu now is being hunted by Deft. The Arctic Ops looking for the Jace, as that's the ace. And DRX, yeah, they were behind a little bit earlier on, but now, most certainly not. It's looking like they're running away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. As Youngjae, I think his greenness in some of these pro games is getting to him here. He's getting a little bit flustered. He is going extremely aggressive, way ahead of his team, and he was able to do that in the beginning of the game before everybody was fed on the side of DRX, but now 4 of them have bounties, and they're all super fed. Like,
yeah.
You can't just run at them. You're
Brad
just
has a
kited.
bounty.
Yeah, Brad's got a bounty. Of course he's got a bounty.
Yeah.
Like Brad the Chad.
He is Brad the Chad.
And
14 out of 15 kill participation, by the way.
It's crazy too because Lilia is chunking him like nobody's business. So is Deft on the Caitlyn. Just take a look at this. He runs in all by himself. It's like, well, that's not going to work, especially with the exhaust to keep him around. Look at that chunk damage from the Lilia. So he's out of the fight. And then immediately Lilia gets in, is swiping around. Pyosik doesn't die in this fight, by the way, as perfect support timing coming in from Doran, able to get in there and allow Pyosik to get out after he had already done insane damage. Pyosik, that is.
Yeah, the Lilting Lullaby Zhonya's was actually really cool. Very similar to something like a Morgana flashing in.
Yeah, like a Nico or something.
Yeah.
Similar feel.
Yep.
Not exactly the same. Def Myth's a cannon. I'm taking away my POG vote.
Yep, that one's over. It might just be Chovy picking that one up. My goodness, some of his showstoppers have been really, really incredible. We've just seen so many like more tanky sets. We haven't seen so many of the Blade of the Ruined King varieties that do have a bit of damage on them. And Chovy certainly showing that set can be a carry with a hell of a lot of CC. Does die real quick, but yeah.
I mean, you've got grit, you've got ways to get a shield as okay, carry ya.
I like the guess, you know, assume
he just lost one vote from media there.
Yep. Teleport coming in, Arrow not going to connect despite its huge hitbox. Is Pyosik just going to go for this 1v1 by the looks of things? He moves real fast as eventually he does go down. Youngjae now looking for Doran. And he's going to try and ult himself out of it. Def not able to get any of these autos. There's sets in the bottom lane, by the way, guys, with no teleport available. Miru gets a shield. Storm from Lahens. And yeah, they'll grab a couple of picks, but it looks like Harmon not wanting to go for a Baron despite being the only team that has a jungler.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, a lot of teams here would just run at the Baron and see how it goes, right? They test the waters, see how fast Chovy can get there, etc. But they just cut their losses. They're like, okay, or cut their wins, rather, right? They're like, okay, we got some wins. Let's back and regroup. As Pyosik, I don't know why he's staying so far in the front here. Maybe overestimating the amount of tankiness he had. Also, seems like he got pretty caught off guard there on the right side by Youngjae. There was a control ward, so perhaps didn't see the Volibear in such close proximity. Thought he would be able to get away. Of course, with Bard, a magical journey, it can make you think that way at times, like you're a little bit more invincible than you actually are. So Pyosik caught out there, baits his team a little bit, and of course Chovy was down in the bottom side. So little win in the team fight going the way of Hanwha Life, but they're not able to bite off a big chunk just yet.
Carry not able to steal 2 in a row. As, yeah, DRX still have a 6,000 gold lead. So nothing to really worry about just yet from them. Mountain Drake going to be up in 1 minute's time. And Pyosik very, very close to completing his Zhonya's Hourglass. We'll see where he goes in the build after that. As looks like Death's Dance going to be next on the block for Chovy. And it's kind of like a split pushing set build type idea. He doesn't have teleport, so it makes it a little bit more difficult, but he can get around the map pretty quick with his Ghost.
True.
As Dudu's down here. And now if like Dudu is going to be split pushing, I imagine Chovy's going to have a pretty good time up against him, as somehow Doran has a level advantage over the Jace. Youngjae thinking about trying to find Chovy, who can press Q and run about as fast as the bear, so it seems like a bit of a counter. As Arrow connects, Pyosik is over here, ace in the hole just to deter Hanwha Life. As Youngjae's gonna soak it. There's a Tempered Fate, Dudu gonna get caught in it. As Chovy trying to find the showstopper. There's the buttons being pressed, the ulti just whiffs from Youngjae, he gets his face broken. as a reward, and oh my god, the damage from DRX. Dudu finds himself without any friends in a matter of seconds. And Kerry is even flashing into his base to try and take down the Chase. The rhyme was unintentional, but the ace certainly was not. DRX will likely just try and win the game.
Yeah, they're going to go for the end here. We got long death timers. Only Lahenz is going to come up, and then Youngjae. There's just simply not enough time. DRX blow this game wide open with a couple of huge team fights, and then towards the end there, smacked them with their wallets a bit. As Deft is, he's a big troll.
Yeah, he's just wanting to get all of his buttons on cooldown as much as possible. Pyosik gets into the fountain, and he will die because the Nexus doesn't go down fast enough as Viper. He's going to go golden. Everyone's buying stopwatches because they can. Oh no! Deft's KDA! That's going to lose him the player of the game vote. And thankfully that means that Chovy, who definitely deserves it, is going to pick that one up. My god, that set was just insane. The amounts of, like, when we are so used to seeing the like Sunfire Cave Deadman's Blade build, and then he comes out with the Black Cleaver plus the Ruin King. And just the chunking, insane.
Yeah, the amount of damage they had on their team was pretty, that's
nutty.
Should be illegal. I mean, it was Caitlyn that hit her power spike, plus Akali set damage build, and Lilia. And it's so many different types of damage too.
And
it's
Brad,
so
I mean,
difficult
don't
to deal with.
underestimate the meat.
Yeah, sorry about actually the biggest damage dealer in the game, who is Bradley, damaging all of our hearts with his coolness. Yeah, Gary had a great series as well. Always like to shout him out.
Yep.
Just playing a couple of different champions. As what is Pyosik gonna do?
Yeah, what is the celebration?
It felt like he was preparing for something, you know? But
yeah, instead he was just putting on his jacket. Okay. So he's not going to swing around or watch out Eep or do anything like that.
Yeah.
As back-to-back games of Lilia. And in the first game he was pretty invisible. The second game, the Lilia just prancing around.
Yeah.
And getting the passive on people they don't really notice until it's too late and half their health bar's burnt down.
Yeah. It's interesting, the itemization of Lilia, too. Definitely some people were thinking and trying to go for a more tanky style of Lilia, but there's not really great itemization for tank AP at the moment, so he just goes straight up AP, which is kind of interesting because you are almost as squishy as Lilia, or not as Lilia, as Janna.
Yeah.
But you do pretty insane damage, especially in a team fight. I think stopwatches and Zhonya's are very important as the game comes along. And we saw that he was able to get value here in the game against Homolife. I'll be curious to see if he shows as much priority on the pick in the drafts up against some of the stronger teams later on in this regular season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some other people trying it. I know that certainly all of our junglers have been practicing her in solo queue to, you know, great effect and to not so great effect, but I'm excited to see whether Canyon's going to pull it out over on the side of Damwon. Haven't seen them for a little while, and certainly a few of our junglers that certainly would like to. Spirit, unfortunately, just decided not to yesterday. He could have.
Yeah,
he's our biggest
but he
mad
said
scientist.
in the interview that he would play it, so
yeah, so of course
he had to not play it, but maybe next time.
That's a very good point. We're going to have a look at this flash forward from Kerry to get this play started, and this helped get Pyosik pretty damn fed. As, yeah, the watch out Eep. And now I know why it's called that.
Yeah, they always make that sound. The Eep sound when it comes out. As Youngjae showing the power of Volibear. Didn't last too long in this game. Chovy, I think the pretty obvious player of the game of this one. As the bowling ball actually hit there. Nice little assist for Pyosik. Help out with the damage.
Also gets them a little bit more money. As we're going to see Deft get hit here. And this is where Deft should have 100% died.
Guardian and Cleanse Flash helping out a lot there. Really nice tornado. As we were saying, that's probably should be the way that they deny set Akali damage, but it's just not enough.
No,
not enough.
Let's have a look at this team fight once again. Lilia prancing around, getting on in there with the Lilting Lullaby plus Zonya's combo. A lot of people with passive. A lot of people needing to cleanse the sleep. and only one of them having the ability to do so.
Sets it up for his team. See, also avoids the shock blast here. As this time around, Scott caught out a little bit, decided he had to fight after getting Show stuffed by Miru, and eventually gets punished for it, but didn't end up mattering in the end.
Fighting without Chovy. Who would even think it? As that was a very high value ultimate out from Doran, but unfortunately unable to actually do anything relevant with it. As the set go in the opposite direction. Sets being countered by sets. And yeah, Miru hops off the screen. And Humble Life hop out of the game.
겐즈. 야, 갈게. 초식해.
I'm gonna go.
이거 뭐 안 되나? 나 끝내지 마봐. 오케이, 끝내.
End it.
죽여. 야, 보여주든가.
Get him.
야, 끝내. 아, 못해.
No, please. I went out.
Yeah, well.
31 kills in 29 minutes. That's exactly the kind of action that we were looking for. You can see the set doing a hell of a lot of damage in the end of that game, and the early stage was not great for DRX. They were losing in a lot of their lanes, which is something that they never do. They never lose farm. Like,
yeah,
CS difference numbers for Chovy is just extraordinary because he's just always ahead by 20 CS or 30 CS over the clock. But it wasn't what was happening here today. The set was struggling against Miru's Silas. However, in the end, you just win back-to-back team fights, and
yeah,
that's all she wrote.
And I'd imagine Dudu is a little bit sad after that game, as he demolished Doran up in the laning phase, but it was just the laning phase. The second that ended, it's like that didn't even exist. Like, the Jace didn't even beat the Akali, because the Akali ended up getting a lot of value in a lot of the team fights, the way they were playing out, whereas the Jace did a bit of damage, but not as much value as Chovy will pick up the player of the game here. Not too big of a surprise.
Absolutely. He was pretty amazing. This was his essential solo kill against Dudu, as Kershik was there. He managed to throw a seed, but it just was not enough. But some of these showstoppers were just like, what? Insane damage.
And then he survives at the end.
Yeah,
Crit,
making hay, man.
It's crazy what he can do. 11 out of 12 voted for Chovy.
I wonder which media person.
We've got. No, actually, I'm going to guess the Chinese vote went to Deft. That's going to be my guess.
Ooh, maybe.
Oh no, it was one vote for support from the media. So, actually, Atlas was correct this time around. Good prediction of the Hog vote prediction.
Yep. Look, sometimes I'm right. It's not often, but sometimes.
Hey, I've been that guy, the one vote against 11. It happens to all of us.
Yeah, me too.
Don't feel down, media. You'll get it next time.
I have been that guy in the past. As Chovy moves up to outright 4th place, stops sharing that position with Canyon, but he needs to catch up to both Showmaker and BDD as far as his mid lane brethren are concerned. There are still more than 3 matches for DRX to go. Sorry, 3 games of DRX to go, so we can theoretically make it to first place.
They've got Soto and Prince on Sunday, and then T1 on the following Sunday. So they're going to have a full week break before they do get to that T1 series.
They're going to need a fair bit of time as well, as we are going to go over to the interview, so here's Jason for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season 3 number translation, and let's have an interview with Chovy, Kyriot, and PUGs on the side of DRX, taking down Hana Life Esports 2-0. I think we showed a very decent performance, so it feels really nice. What about you, Chovy? I'm glad that we got 2-0 win today. I want to ask you about the Lilia pick. Chovy, as a mid laner, the teamwork with the jungler is so important, and today we had the first Lilia game in the LCK. So as a mid laner, how do you rate Lilia jungle in this meta? Whenever I play with Lilia, I'm not sure how to play the game, but Pusik, his jungling was so good on this champion, and he scaled really well. He leveled up really well. So I was just watching him playing his game. Was that Piosik's idea? Or was that team's plan? Well, Piosik did was a little bit vocal about this pick, and we were super supportive of him. As a laner, unless I get ganked by the opponent's jungler, well, our jungler is really good at outscaling the opponent. Keria, Lux is having a very low win rate in the LCK, but you are one of the very well-known Lux master here in the league. So, what's your thought on this champion? I think Lux is really good with Caitlyn, but with other ADC champions, I'm not really sure whether it's good. Keria, why is it so hard for Lux to win game in competitive matches? You know, we really need to be proficient with this champion. And I also don't know why exactly. I guess Keria doesn't get it because he's so good at this champion. And Keria today, your Mikhail reaction was so fast and on point. How are you so good at like doing the Captain Jack cleanse thing? I mean, Ashe Ultimate was the only tool to engage onto our AD carries, so I was keeping my eyes on it. And Keria, you have played the most champion here in the LCK in one split. 20 different champions so far in the Summer Split. Well, while I was playing solo queue, the biggest purpose of playing solo queue for me was practicing different champions instead of climbing up the ladder. And I still have more left to show my fans. Speaking of solo rank, I heard DRX has this hiking mission going on. And I heard Doran is so close to going on a hike with CV Max. I'm pretty sure I'm not the one going to hike. And well, if Piosik gets lucky, I think he can also avoid it. I think it's Doran and Keria, one of the strongest candidates here in the DRX. But I hope everybody outside of me goes DM hiking, but I think it's gonna be Keria and Doran. I mean, I'm doing my best, and I will do my best, but even if I reach the goal, I don't want Doran to go there alone, so I'm gonna join him. Any message over to Doran? Doran, I mean, I like hiking, but I can't help you. I mean, I cannot lose. Let's move on to game number 2. Well, we saw Jana from Lihans. Well, Lihans has been playing this on solo rank, and he kind of preferred this pick, so we did expect it. Chovy, Seth got some nerfs, but this time around you were building damage items instead of tank items. Up against Sylas, if you build tank items, you become the potion of Sylas. So it's better to just build damage items. You need this power to kind of surpass the Sylas. And also, I guess Pawn agrees with Chovy's answer. And also, you know how Korean casters react to your super play, right? The Chovy shouting. So let's take a look at the highlight where the Korean casters were going crazy about this outplay. The setup from Hana Life Esports was also not bad, but Caitlyn survived, so I thought that this is gonna be a really nice team fight for DRX, and I was able to get the combo that I wanted. My teammates already forced most of the skills out of the Hana Life players. Your next opponent will be Seorewan Prince, and in order to keep this first place contention going, you guys have to pick up another win. I'm sweating a lot because I'm so nervous. But Seorewan Prince, they're always proactive and they're really good. So I think we also have to fit into their style and do our best. Sore and Prince, they are really good at punishing the opponent's mistakes and they know how to snowball. So it's gonna be so important to not having those kind of mistakes in the early game. This will be the end of the interview with Keria Chobi from DRX, and once again, congratulations on your win. DRX is back on the first place here in the LCK, so let's check out the standings.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from the gentlemen over at DRX, who now move into a probably fairly short-lived first place position over Damwon, given the fact that they have played one extra match. We'll see Damwon very soon and see whether they can continue their 2-0 streak to try and claim the same title as 2015 SKT.
Yeah, be interesting to see how everything shapes up here on the playoff side. We still do have to see which of Afrika and KT will be making it in at that 5th spot. But it'll be an interesting wildcard match as well to see you know, who's going to be going up against that that team that's going to have such a massive challenge ahead of them.
Well, today was a very one-sided affair of 2-0, 2-0. Tomorrow, probably the first game is going to be fairly quick, but Afrika versus Sandbox, this could be Sandbox's revenge. Yes, they have no way of getting to playoffs, but they could knock Afrika out and give KT an opportunity to give themselves yet another finals berth like they did in the spring season. The hero run started a little bit earlier there for KT, but they are starting to look better.
That is very true. We'll see if they can actually make it happen. It's going to be really difficult, Atlas.
It is, but that's all we have for you tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
World has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. And love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Everything you like the rest is done. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. Give me everything I need.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗？
They're gonna win. This is it.